Okay. Everybody's good to go? We will call the meeting to order. Special council meeting, obviously we're talking about the budget today, tomorrow, and potentially Wednesday if we need it. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment to thank CAO Heineman and the senior leadership team and everybody that was involved in putting together the draft document. Don't want to spend a lot of time talking about COVID. We talk about that every single day. But I know that that presented itself well, let's just say it added another layer of work to everything that went into making this draft budget. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you. It's not been an easy few months. We all know where we've been and how we've gotten to today, but I think it's important to stop and reflect on just how much work goes into something like this. It's not just printing, it's not just math, it's a whole lot of people's lives in here, and I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us to today. So thank you for that. And with that, we'll move on to the agenda, which the first thing is additions or deletions. Is there anything we should be adding or subtracting from the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Flowers, thank you. All those in favor? Carries. We're moving on. Special meeting. So the first thing we have on our agenda is special meeting, obviously, today, but we need a motion to temporarily suspend Section 4.2C and 9 of our procedural bylaw for the duration of the special meeting, November 16th, 17th, and 18th, if we need it. And that is just so that we can debate freely and not have to have motions. And I see Councillor Reid, you choose to move that? Yeah? All those in favor of that motion? That carries. And now we are into budget. Mr. Heineman, you're, oh, sorry.
Mayor Jung, we don't seem to be streaming quite yet, so if we can just get council to give us one moment.
Oh. That was the best opening remarks I've ever given. At least that's what we're going to tell everybody who wasn't here now. Maybe, Drew, while we're waiting, could you just go over maybe the agenda of today so that everybody knows when we're breaking and when we're not? And
certainly, I'll just grab that.
Remind everybody to speak into the microphone. These plastic cubicles are challenging visually and hearing-wise. So today we're scheduled from 12 to 8. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. So today I'll just be doing a brief introduction. I'm going to provide you with a bit of a COVID update, not specifically related to the budget, but I think an important one. So I'll be providing that. And then just a brief introduction into some of the objectives, as I do in a number of our different meetings. Set the objectives before we start the meeting and see if at the end, if we've achieved those objectives, I think is an important portion. And then I am going to turn it over to Ms. Van Kijn-Pina, and she will be proceeding with the budget discussion. And then I'll be back to, and she'll provide a bit of an overview. I'll provide an update on some of our council priorities. Ms. Van Kijn-Pina is going to also provide some information on the public engagement summary. So there was a survey, and we had a number of different responses, so we'll be providing some information on that. And then Ms. Van Kijn-Pina will be providing specific operating budget introduction. So she'll be going through that, and I'll be then coming up to talk about some human resources staffing input. So there's going to be a lot of information today, but as the mayor said, we've got a couple days to do this. We also have the whiteboard, so if there's different questions that come up or things that we could put in the parking lot, we can do so. We want to make sure that we have a good discussion through the next couple of days, get you all the information so we can get to that finalized budget that really delivers on council's objectives and delivers also on the community expectations.
So we have, when's the next break? Noon is now, we're going to break for a,
We don't have specific times that we've identified for a break, but we could perhaps break in 2 hours to give an opportunity for people to use the facilities, get a drink, and things like that.
Okay.
Does that work with council?
yeah,
Obviously, we want to make sure that you're comfortable through these discussions. We will be in here for quite some time, so.
and then dinner's at 6, 5:30?
I believe it is at 6 o'clock.
We can confirm that.
Okay. I think some of us have some running around to do during that break, so when we can figure that out, that would be good. Thank you. Are we good to go for?
No, so
No?
at this point, the problem seems to be on our service provider side. It is going to our YouTube channel. The link just is not working into our iCompass portal. So if you could just give us a few minutes, Jalen's going to try and connect with support.
Okay. Just take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Oh. You did that? Went to grab a mask and pulled her mirror right next to glass. Yeah, it's. You just gotta laugh at these things or else you. Yeah, she got a ticket too.
One of the items that I did fail to mention is at the beginning, once we complete our introductions, is there's going to be an opportunity for a round table for the top 3 questions that various councillors do have, so that you can share those in a public forum as well. And really the intent is that any of the questions that you've provided will be answered through the presentations. So certainly you have an opportunity to do that for anybody who has those questions as well as any additional questions.
Everybody hear that? Dinner's at 5? Yep. In 30 minutes? Ish? That's up to you. 29 minutes. Okay, yep. Is that what increases? Yep. Yeah. Well, we can.
We are live.
Thank you.
That's perfect. Okay, I understand we had some technical difficulties, but we're now streaming onto our site. Budget 2020 is underway. We've only just passed our, whatever we did, we just changed our rules about our procedural bylaw so that we can debate freely as council over the next couple of days. So, Mr. Heineman, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Chidong and members of council. Just wanted to do a brief introduction to the draft budget deliberation process. But before we get into that, I did want to talk about COVID-19. It's been some time since we provided a public update. Obviously, this situation continues to rapidly evolve, and we are responding. As you know, the face coverings are now mandatory, and that our communications team has done a wonderful job in getting the message out to the community. Some of the things that you may or may not be aware of is that there's 16 active cases. Obviously, that may change by 3:30 when they update the numbers. We are on the threshold of an enhanced status. We're currently an open status. But cases are surging within the region, and we need to be proactive in our decision making and really protect staff and the community. As some of our previous information, we are all in this together. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind you of what our key objectives. It has been some time since we visited these, and of course they're more relevant than ever today. That our key objectives are to flatten the curve, avoid overwhelming the healthcare system, and keep critical systems and people working, and communications. So these are things that we're going to be working on and continue to work on. But one of the things is business continuity. So we've reached out to our managers. We are going to have some of our staff working remotely. You as council and members of the public will not notice a difference in the level of service that you receive. However, we will be doing our part to help flatten the curve and protect staff and the community. So we have obviously all the documents, material, the people, supporting technology, and the tasks that we need to complete. However, we'll be doing so for some of our staff from away from the office. We're looking at having alternating weeks when staff are going to be within the facility, just to ensure that we protect them from the virus. So again, we're doing our part to help prevent the spread and flatten the curve. So again, wanted to provide an update. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions in terms of our response. This is something that is evolving quite quickly, and we've just asked the managers to come up with plans, which we will be looking to implement next week.
Just if I may, the part of the strategy of the alternating weeks of staff in the office and not is geared towards staff not all potentially contracting the virus at the same time, so that we can
Correct.
have that work continuity secured, correct?
Exactly. So we'll be looking even for those operations staff who will continue to work, to put them into different spaces to ensure that we have that continuity moving forward.
Awesome. Okay. Councillor Reid?
Quick question. Thanks for the presentation, Drew. You know, what I admire about what this plan is that it really supports the culture of what we're trying to build as a community, and particularly with our administration and our staff and team. Two of my sons work in downtown Calgary, and they have moved to remote and alternative weeks. But to be clear, the alternative weeks is that they're working at home 1 week, and then the next week they're working in the office. It's not the week at home that they're holidaying or anything like that, right?
You are 100% correct. Our expectations will be the same whether our staff are in the building or in their home, that they will continue to deliver on our expectations and the needs of our community.
Good job.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
I just wanted to provide that as an update, but now we can get into sort of just a brief introduction before I turn it over to Ms. Van Kyn-Pima for her presentation. So in terms of preparing the budget for 2021 to 2023, it's likely the most challenging budget that we've prepared in the last 20 years. We have the COVID pandemic that we just referenced, decreasing revenues, economic slowdown in Alberta, as well as decreased growth rates. So we were really challenged, but I think we have persevered, and we're very proud of the budget that we've prepared. In terms of some of the guiding principles for the budget that is before you, is that it aligns and supports Council's strategic priorities, It aligns and supports council's policies and directions. It maintains existing service levels, manages growth, and creates a proactive infrastructure renewal plan. So those are some of the things that are key to this budget. And then I think one of the important things is budget is a process, and we want to trust the process, and we do trust the process. We're very proud of the document that we've prepared for your consideration. We understand it's only a draft document. It begins the conversation with the public. There's been that public engagement. We're going to report on that for you. It also provides you, as representatives of our community, the opportunity to review, evaluate, and consider input from residents. And obviously, what we're entering right now, the deliberation, will be critical to the final draft budget. And really, the final draft is one of Council's most important policy documents. So we're going to really reinforce that. And then there's a gentleman who we've worked with in the past, and I just wanted to share that, is the truth about a city's aspirations isn't found in its vision, it's found in its budget. So I think the budget is very important. This will share to the community what you are trying to achieve next year and in the following years. So as I mentioned, setting the objectives is really important. So I wanted to share 3 different objectives with you for the next 3 days. So I think the primary objective would be to prepare a final budget that clearly aligns with Council's priorities. That's first and foremost. Obviously, we want to have good discussions and a critical evaluation to ensure a shared path forward and the best outcomes for the community. I think we're all likely united in that. If anyone has any comments or concerns or feels we should add another objective, I'm happy to do that as well. But I think one of the last points is really important, and this is, I'm trying to set the stage for Ms. Van Kuypima's presentation, is determine a clear path forward for the future of Cochrane. We need a budget that helps weather the storm, and my reference to that is in terms of COVID-19. We know that this is going to continue. We were hopeful that when we were at this point that perhaps we would be planning for the future without COVID, but obviously we need to weather this storm into 2021. We need to deliver a plan that delivers on community expectations and council priorities. And then finally, I think we need a budget that provides a different approach than we've had in the past. And where I'm going with that is that in the past, our budget has been primarily focused on a very low tax rate, which I think is something that's important. However, we cannot simply look at that. We need to also look at the whole picture and come up with a strategic approach. When we started this discussion over the past year, we always said that we would be thoughtful and strategic, and that's what we would encourage through these discussions, a distinct strategy that sets the community up for the future. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions or perhaps wishes to add something to the list of objectives, but I'm happy to discuss.
Don't see any, but just as a review, last year or in prior years, we had a ongoing list, a spreadsheet where we were dabbling back and forth with percentages and increases and decreases, and so I'm understanding that this year we're going to park those things on the whiteboard and do a tabulation at the end, correct?
That is correct.
Maybe Ms. Van Kuypima is going to get into that in her presentation. Okay, I don't see any other questions.
All right. I will just sanitize this area and turn it over to Ms. Van Kuypima.
Thanks, Drew. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Seems weird. Should be good evening, but
It will be soon enough.
Yes, that's true. And by that time, you'll be sick of hearing from me, so.
Not possible.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor Janung, members of council. I'm pleased to start or continue the start of our budget deliberations for the 21 through 23 budget set. So housekeeping. Some of my thunder's already been stolen, but I'm still going to go through my slides. So November 16th, we're meeting noon till 8. Tomorrow, 9:30 till 5. On the 18th, if we need it, it would be 9 to 5. Breaks throughout, so you can check your messages then, because I know everybody's life doesn't stop for 8 hours. There's things that happen. And so, yeah, 2 hours we'll take a break, but if I'm seeing kind of everybody's eyes start to glaze over, maybe we'll take a quick 5-minute break where people can put their masks on and run around the room and then sit back down again. So how will topics for discussion be captured? Mr. Hyman had mentioned that, and that would be on the whiteboard back here, so we can park things. So as points come up, we can make a note of them, and those will be points for discussion once we'll turn it over to you instead of you listening to me. And then when can questions be asked? Well, I'm going to start you out with your top 3, so you can get those out there, so you have a chance to talk. You don't have to wait for 3 days before you can say anything. And then if there's questions on things that's being presented at that time, I really would encourage you to raise your red flashing light, and I'll be happy to answer that question at the time. It's not flashing, so that raising didn't work. So what's the agenda? So the agenda for today, start with housekeeping, check. We'll move into getting you to mention your top 3 questions. If you don't have any, that's fine. If you don't want to say them at this time, that's fine. If you'd want to wait until a more opportune time to bring them up, that's okay. I'll give you an introduction sort of to the budget itself overall. Then Mr. Hyman's going to take us through a discussion of council priorities. Not a reminder of what they are, but more let's take a look at them and see, are they all as important as every other one, or are there some that are more important than others? Public survey results, I'll provide those to you, and then I'm going to tell you the story of the operating budget. And then we'll open it up for a budget review and discussion where we'll work our way through the different departments. And those departments include our partner organizations as well as the community grants. So what's the agenda for tomorrow? We'll, if we're not finished our review and deliberation of operating, we'll start out with getting through the rest of that. But probably start out with a recap just to remind everybody where we left off. Then I'm going to go into an introduction of the capital budget. We're going to give you the highlights of an updated 10-year financial plan. Then we'll go in and do a review and discussion of the capital budgets, and then followed by a review and discussion of the service fees. And those are sort of in the order of the budget book, and that's why we're working our way through that way. And the agenda, if we need it for Wednesday, will be to recap the progress to date and then continue the discussions wherever we are. So top 3. After reviewing the draft budget, what are your top 3 questions? I'm going to go around to each of you and ask those questions. And then just to let you know that I did ask council for your questions if you wanted to share them with administration ahead of time, so I could make sure that we included the answers in either the presentation or when we get to the time of reviewing each department. But that doesn't mean that you're stuck with just those questions. Those aren't the only ones you can ask. And maybe you've changed your mind as to which questions you want to ask. So I thought I'd throw it over to you and give you an opportunity to throw your questions out. So I don't know who you'd like to start. Mayor Janung, it's your
Well, I
call.
don't see everybody's light flashing on.
No, nobody's
immediately.
excited.
So maybe I'll start with mine. I had, my high-level question was, what are our needs versus our needs to have and nice to haves, so around core services. Another one I asked was, where's our most funding being allocated? So that was the municipal operating stimulus transfer.
Support.
I use a different word in there every time. And then what levels of MSI funding are assumed in the budget, and what does it look like if we reduce that? That was my 3. Counselor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. Did you want me to do my top 3 or my top 6 that I'd sent because I can't count?
Whatever you would like to put out there.
Perfect. So, yeah, so the top, I guess, 5, the mayor's question covered one of mine. The first, I wanted to have a conversation around our reserves and the reserve policy of a 15% capital reserve transfer, where that policy came from and if it's appropriate at this point. The second is around COLA questions. A portion of our staff are unionized, and by their contracts, if I understand things correctly, they will be getting COLA, leaving the other staff. Current discussion point is that they would not get COLA. And so I'd like to understand the COLA a little bit better and also how much it would cost to return COLA to all staff. 3, I'd like to see a comparison of how many fewer staff do we have budgeted for 2021 than we'd initially budgeted for 2020. I know heading into the 2020 year, we had a budget, and then we adjusted to COVID and cut staff, adjusted staff, and I'd just like to have an understanding of essentially how many fewer staff we're looking at delivering services with this year than we'd planned at the beginning of 2020. The mayor had highlighted the MSI operational grant question. And so then the other 2 questions, one is the reorganizational cost and options. I am still seeing gaps in our organizational structure. I know we have our new CAO coming on, and once our new CAO is in place, we can start analyzing that. But how could we prepare the budget and the structure if we need to amend that? And then finally, are there any capital projects that are essentially supported through borrowing that we could look at perhaps delaying? So those were the 5 kind of top questions I was looking at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Reid?
Thank you. Just to the addition to the questions that have been asked, so I was just trying to figure out, if I understand it correctly, on the overall operating budget, where we have $5,000 or $5 million less than what we had previously. $5.2 million less revenue than we had the previous year. My question was really on, in terms of the overall budget, what percentage of salaries, benefits, cost of living, and annual performance steps are associated with that? So the overall budget, what percentage of that overall budget is staffing, benefits, cost of living, and performance step increases? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think that's all I have for now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right, no other, Counselor Flowers, you have a couple?
The questions that we put in ahead of time, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay,
Or any other that you may have.
okay. I noticed on page 10 that the tri-site implementation strategy was mentioned in our 10-year plan and to have work done this year, and I just wondered where the dollars were attached to make that happen. I didn't see them. And previously, we were told that our safety for Cochrane was over 50% of the budget. This year, we were told it was just over 30%. I just wondered how it was calculated differently. And I wondered if there was no salary increases, what difference that would make to the budget for this year. And I just wondered where we landed with our council budget, because we sure didn't spend much this year. It was hard to spend money, not going anywhere. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Wilson?
Thank you. Yeah, I had 3 questions I sent in, but we're reading them out, I think is what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so number 1 was around just seeing an overall aggregate picture. Councillor McFadden had touched on this already, but how the 2020 to 23 organizational reorgs and CAO change are going to affect our net operational costs. So kind of just a zoomed out overall look was what I was hoping for year by year. Number 2 would be interesting to learn more about 6 different positions I identified when looking through the budget here that were forecasted to be hired in the next 3 years. I'm sure I'll learn more about those as we go through the budget process, but they are equity and inclusion strategist, labor relations position, manager of communications, business development officer, financial services fund development and evaluation, and a project manager in the information services. So just hoping to hear more about why we need those and what they're coming on to do. And then the last question was around transit, just the projected 18% increase in net cost of operations from 2020 to 23, and what's included in the transfers to organizations line item. Are my three.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Federico?
Thanks. I only have a couple questions. One of them is, are we looking at a possible reduction of staff or contracting out some areas depending on COVID restrictions over the long haul? And two, I would like to have an update on transit and just what's happening with it, ridership, all that kind of stuff as we get into that part of the debate. And if we do have questions, I don't know how the process would work with going in camera, if we felt that we needed to. So if maybe somebody could fill me in
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah, happy to. Ms. Thibodeau is here from HR, so when we get into those HR type questions, we will go in camera, anything to do with personnel. And I would just caution that while we talk about some of our departments potentially, sometimes that's one or two people in a smaller community such as ours, so that we should, if we can, have those conversations in camera as well. Yeah. And when we get to those, we'll flag them. If we don't, if we want to do it all at once, maybe we park that item until we get there, or if we need to, we'll take our time and go back and forth.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Nagel.
I actually have a question about the unionized staff. We regularly talk about how, everybody who belongs to a union, their salaries are going to continue to go up and up. Obviously, the world has changed quite significantly over the past 9 months or whatever. So I was wondering, at what point does the town have an opportunity to enter into new discussions with the union? Because, as I've mentioned, lots has changed. Our financial reality has changed, and kind of wonder if there's any flexibility there.
Well, Mr. Hyman's going to take up the HR components with help from Ms. Thibodeau, and we'll
Okay.
get an answer to that question for you.
Okay, perfect.
And maybe before you launch into your presentation, there's been a couple questions about salaries, COLA. Could we just get that one answered maybe right now before we?
In 2021, there is no performance increase, there's no cost of living increase for any staff or management except for our unionized staff per their contracts.
So 0 increases to,
Zero in
Salary.
2021,
Yeah.
and no new positions.
that's what's in the draft budget.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to get that out at the beginning so that everybody's clear, the press is clear on that. We're good to go. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, and I appreciate you highlighting that question early in. Can you also give us the percentage, what percentage of our staff are unionized versus not?
I'd turn to Ms. Thibodeau if she has the answer to that.
It doesn't have to be now, we can get to it. 40?
Yeah.
Or union?
40% are unionized.
Yeah, okay. Well, there it is.
So just to, while we're clarifying that, so 40% of our staff, and how many staff do we currently have at this point?
233 staff.
233 staff, so roughly 100 people would be getting COLA?
Correct.
Or be otherwise governed by their union contracts?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
All
Clear.
right. I know it's weird, you guys asking me questions and me not giving an answer right away, but
We'll get
have
to it.
faith. We
Yeah.
will get to them.
I just thought it was important that we understand early that there is no increases in there, yeah.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
All right. So let's move into my introduction. So again, thunder stealing, but guiding principles, here we go again. So we focused as administration on council strategic priorities as well as any policies or previous direction you have given us. And then we narrowed it down and said we need to focus on core services, be cognizant of a changing growth rate, so that's a development growth, the impacts of COVID, cognizant that the economy has slowed, growth has slowed, and we wanted to still continue with a proactive infrastructure renewal program, and that council's number one thing they wanted to see was solutions to transportation challenges the town has been having for decades, as well as making sure we meet the legislative requirements that we have to meet. So what? What is the draft budget trying to achieve? Given these guiding principles, we wanted to prioritize core services, address our transportation challenges, help stimulate the local economy, so not hunker down in our bunker and not do anything at all, so no money is going out into the community. Recognizing the impact of a slowed economy, COVID-19, minimize the 2021 tax increase, provide funding support to our partner organizations, and begin to address a historic financial gap, which I've mentioned in the initial October 26th presentation of the draft, but I'll go into more detail on this a little bit later in this presentation. So, wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Consumer Price Index, CPI. So in your household, the cost of acquiring the goods and services that you need, the cost of that increases each year. The change in these goods year over year is measured by something called the CPI, Consumer Price Index, and we look to see how much it's changed comparing one period to another. So the cost of fuel, heat, power, insurance, groceries, all that stuff that you need in order to operate your house is higher now than it was last year, than it was 10 years ago. That's the change in the CPI. What's the price of that set of goods then, and what is it now? Your family size may also increase. That's considered population growth. You join a gym. Your children want to take piano lessons. They need braces. They want to join the hockey team. All of that is increase in services. You need a new or additional vehicle. That's infrastructure renewal or replacement. Your furnace quits in January and needs servicing. That's asset maintenance. You can shift your budget allocations to a certain degree. You can cut down on non-essential things, stop getting the latte from the coffee shop. Sorry, Mayor Janung. But at some point, you can cut so much. And then you have to take a look at your budget and you have to figure out how you can increase your budget. So how does this relate to what I'm trying to tell you about the town? The town must also pay for fuel and heat and power and insurance and all those other supplies it takes in order for us to deliver on the services needed by our community. Those costs increase every year. As well, our town size has increased and we provide more services than we did 10 years ago. The town has added new infrastructure that must be maintained. We have kilometers of roads and kilometers of water and wastewater pipes. All of that needs to be maintained. The town budget must increase, just as your household budget must increase once you get to that critical stage. So you say, okay, that's fine, the Consumer Price Index. Town doesn't go out and buy groceries, doesn't have to go and buy diapers. The town's basket of goods are not the same as a household consumer's basket of goods. So surely the town's costs don't increase as much as a household's. So rather than Consumer Price Index, CPI, what about something called a Municipal Price Index, or an MPI? So I wasn't able to find an MPI. Calgary did for a year or two calculate an MPI, but they haven't recently. So I dug in, and Edmonton actually calculates this every year. So I know we're not the same as Edmonton, but it's what I could find. So if I look at the MPI and compared it to the CPI in each of the years from 2012 through 2019, every year, with the exception of 2014, the MPI is actually higher than the CPI. So I feel pretty confident when we're doing an analysis and using CPI to give us an idea of what the increase in the cost of our goods and services is, pretty confident that we're actually underestimating if we're using CPI. So what about CPI and taxes? So since 2011, Calgary's CPI has increased 21.2%, and our population has gone up by 96%. So we have more people to provide services to. We provide more services than we did back in 2011. We have more infrastructure, parks, green spaces, roads, kilometer of water and wastewater lines, et cetera, to operate and maintain. As well, provincial funding support has decreased. Since 2011, the province has increased the number of services that municipalities are expected to provide and has not had the funding follow suit, and in some cases, as you know, particularly this year, funding has actually been cut. Not increasing taxes in all of these situations means reducing services. So here you've seen this before. This is that taking a look at a bit of history, taking a look at what our population was in each of those years, what total municipal taxes were in each of those years, dividing those and coming up with municipal taxes per capita. Comparing 2011 to 2020, our municipal taxes per capita have actually gone down by $24.02. So how? How is that even possible? So if our costs have increased and our services that we provide have increased and the taxes per capita have decreased, how is that even possible? Well, it's possible because we've been relying on our 96% population growth. So we have not been keeping up with collecting sufficient funds to keep up with CPI. We've been relying on growth to help us make up for the increase in costs. So what if? What if taxes per capita had simply kept up with CPI, remembering that CPI is actually lower than the MPI? If we had done so, in 2020, we would have had $7 million more in property tax revenue, and we wouldn't be here today discussing the property tax increases that are in the draft budget. So how do we move forward from here? We can't stay where we are. We have to figure out a way to go forward. So the combination of CPI growth, new service demands, decreased provincial funding, all of that insufficient historical tax increase has created that financial gap I alluded to earlier. However, 2021 is not the year to begin addressing the gap. That's the philosophy that administration went with. However, 2022 is. And this is reflected in the draft budget. The draft budget, starting in 2022, continuing in 23, includes gradual tax increases that are greater than CPI and growth are needed to close the gap. So we're not going to get there all in one fell swoop. So what the draft budget does is start to increase the tax increase to start closing that financial gap. Because if we keep doing the same thing, which we've done in the past, we're going to continue to be in the same or a worse position. At some point, we're going to have to start to address the financial gap. The question for council is, when do you want to start doing that? So a bit of interesting information. I know we've been worried about a bit of doom and gloom for our local economy. So I actually asked our business development department to give me some statistics on business licensing that they're seeing today over 2020. Thinking that they'd give me this really, things are really down. And actually what I found out was our total residential business licenses, so those for people who have their business located in Cochrane, is actually up. Our non-residential annual business licenses are down. So what that tells me, while total business licenses are up, we're having more of a focus on our local businesses, which actually is a good thing for our economy. That actually is helpful to the members of our public who are operating a business in Cochrane. Now, does that mean that there are no businesses closing in Cochrane? No, it does not. What it means is more businesses are stepping in to replace those than are leaving or ceasing operations. And those term licenses are ones for just for a short period of time rather than a whole year. Councillor McFadden, did you have a question?
Okay, if I ask them as we go?
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Excellent. So I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to see that we're seeing more business licenses come on. But is this telling a story of people that are unemployed that are then trying to find new employment by starting new home-based businesses?
It may. I don't know that.
Okay. Yeah, so from this, though, all we can really infer is that we are seeing more businesses starting up here in Cochrane, and a lot of those are, and when we say, sorry, if you could explain what the difference between non-residential and residential business licenses are, that'd be great.
So if I live in Cochrane and I would like to provide my services in Cochrane, that would be a resident license that I would need. If I have a business in Calgary and I would like to come and fix your furnace in Cochrane, I would need to purchase a non-residential license.
Okay, so what we're seeing then is more residents of Cochrane starting businesses and serving Cochrane directly, as opposed to seeing businesses from outside of our boundaries providing services in town.
Correct. And remember that those who are resident in Cochrane may also be providing services outside of Cochrane, but we don't have those numbers.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. So I thought that might be interesting information. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Heineman to have a discussion with you about your priorities. Thank you.
Most Copper people.
Mayor Janang and members of council, you may recall in June of this year, we went through the council priorities and reconfirmed them. This is not a continuation of that exercise. Actually, what we wanted to do, given my presentation and Ms. Van Kuylen-Pima's presentation, is the link between council priorities and the final budget is critical. So what we wanted to do is go through those priorities and then take an opportunity to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I will go through these, and then at the conclusion of that, be an opportunity to have a discussion and see if there's certain projects that you would like to prioritize more than others, or if there's other items you'd like to remove from the list, perhaps. But looking forward to this discussion with you.
And Drew, we're on page 9 in our draft budget.
Correct.
That's the priorities. Just so we're all on the same page?
Yes, literally and figuratively.
Well, you said it. I thought you were going to say page 9.
All right, in terms of our strategic priorities, they set the course for where the organization's efforts will be directed. So this is really where administration and will take direction from. It will guide the organization and the programs and services we deliver to the community, and ultimately where we are today. It guides the budget process. So that's why it's so important to go back to them. So if you recall, there were 4: community connectivity, the focus on multimodal transportation solutions that achieve positive traffic and pedestrian flows throughout the community. The second one was community development and planning, focus on improved development and land use plans that align with the social policy framework and growth management strategy to promote a complete community while preserving Cochrane's unique identity. Community engagement. Of course, there's quite a bit of community engagement that goes into this that Ms. Van Kuylen-Pima is going to be talking about, but this is overall community engagement, is to focus on improved community engagement opportunities. So we're always trying to do better in this area, because getting the input from citizens is critical to achieving their desired objectives. Community facilities and services, focus on services and spaces that achieve a safe and improved sense of community. So those are the 4 strategic priorities. If we go into them a little bit more specifically, and you may recall this from June, you may not, but there are some updates to this as well. So continue to work with Alberta Transportation on the design and construction of the Highway 1A 22 interchange. So that was anticipated between 2020 and 2022. One of the key elements to that was relocating the municipal utility infrastructure as required by the province to facilitate the first phase of the interchange completion. So that is scheduled to be completed in 2021. We've had a lot of good discussions with Alberta Transportation. I'm confident that those discussions and the advocacy efforts that we are doing will result in positive outcomes for our community. Advocate for Highway 1A improvements, including Centre Ave and Fifth Avenue intersections. Of course, this is the town project. Since this time, we have decided to move forward with those improvements. That was discussed. We had the traffic plan that's come out, and there's been quite a bit of discussion about that. But again, something that's very important. Facilitate construction of a second access to Sunset Ridge. It's anticipated in 2020 to 2022. Of course, that is going to be dependent on growth in that community. Design and construct improvements to Center Ave. This project is in the capital budget. That is in 2022. Implement smart traffic management technology to assist in improving local traffic flow. So this was intended for 2021. It is included in the priorities. However, based on some of the decisions from the senior leadership team, there is not a project in the capital budget associated with this. Improve and plan and advocate for local and regional pathway networks that connect all communities. So that was through 2020 to 2022. Upgrade the asphalt pathway from Mitford through to West Terrace Park. That's being completed next year. And then, of course, Mr. Luft was here earlier to provide you an update on the Riverfront Park Bridge replacement, which is underway. So those are the community connectivity updates under the council priorities. Community development and planning, always a very busy portion of our work. Develop and implement a water strategy, upgrade wastewater and water infrastructure to accommodate future growth. Complete the stormwater master plan. That is currently underway. Review and update the municipal development plan, implementing an annual review and update every 5 years. So this is anticipated as a 2021 project. Prioritize commercial and industrial development while broadening residential housing options. So this is an ongoing priority for us. Focus on development of a regional management, regional growth management plan and servicing plan. Initiate the update. Of course, the regional growth plan is going to be completed by March, so that is something to be aware of. And then initiate work on the update to the Cochrane Sustainability Plan following the adoption of the MDP. That's anticipated for 2022. We have upgrade Railway Street West infrastructure to ensure future service capacity for this important service corridor. Of course, that was completed this summer and is now open. We'll be looking at doing the transit hub in 2021. Relocate the required utilities. We've just discussed this with the Highway 1A 22 interchange. Implement the 10-year business development strategy and complete the River Heights Reservoir is 2023. And that's really to facilitate future development on the south side of Cochrane. Community engagement. Establish engagement strategies for key community issues and projects, including the municipal development plan in 2021, as well as the CMRB growth and servicing plans. In terms of the last one, you may have seen there is signage up in the community looking for input, so hopefully we're getting good input through your efforts of connecting with your network or personal networks. We did have one of the highest response rates for the previous engagement, so I think that's something that certainly we're proud of. Establish engagement opportunities with youth, seniors, neighboring communities, and First Nations. So that is an ongoing effort focused on improved communication to residents about community safety programs and services, ongoing as well. And then we have our two task forces. So we have the Social Recovery Task Force and the Economic Recovery Task Force. And implement their recommendations and create and implement a provincial and federal advocacy strategy. And that includes Center Ave and the Highway 1A interchange, and advocate for a regional mass transit system. Again, that is ongoing, and we are making strides in that area as well. And then the final area is community facilities and services. So construct the new protective services building. Ms. Lowe is leading that project, and it is well on its way, and we should be breaking ground soon. Complete the tri-site implementation strategy, design and construction on the former Esso Bulk Station. So this is in 2021, and that is the Transit and Innovation Center, which includes the at-grade pedestrian crossing connect historic downtown and the quarry. So those projects are moving forward, and we're excited about the benefits that that will bring the community. Consult with user groups to finalize concepts for the future development of the Library, Innovation Center, Arts and Culture site, and Fifth Avenue site. So that will be in the new year. Complete the design for the Old Town Hall site, and focus on an effective asset management system. And then the one that certainly we pride ourselves on a regular basis, and we will continue to do, is focus on achieving organizational efficiencies. So I've been doing a great deal of talking here. I think the best part would be to turn this over to the mayor, and perhaps council wishes to provide some feedback on these priorities.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. Yeah, it's every year we go through our strategic priorities, and every year we add, it seems, things to the list. One of the focuses that I'm going to be trying to bring to these discussions this week is, while we're good at our to-do list, what is our stop doing list? Or what are the things that we have checked off of our list that we can now make room for something new? So I would hope that we can maybe have a brief conversation here and talk about what are the top, I'll say 3, but it doesn't have to be 3, maybe 5, whatever projects or groups of projects that we would like to see done in 2021. And I'm not suggesting that I guess I am, suggesting that we prioritize our priorities in such a way that we can clearly define to administration what is more important or most important, and then what is it's still important, but not as important as the top priority. So I don't know. I'm probably not articulating that very well, but what's your top 3 out of the top 33 that we have on the list here? So Councillor McFadden, you had your light on first.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm going to kind of approach this a little bit differently. I certainly get the point that it is much easier for our staff to succeed if they have clear direction, and it's easier for them to succeed with that clear direction if the to-do list is not 10,000 things, and if we could focus down on that. So I certainly hear and agree with that. I did want to talk to the strategic priorities, as I did have some thoughts around them. First off, though, congratulations to your team, Mr. Hyman, for delivering on the strategic priorities. I certainly appreciate that. My key learning, though, is I am looking forward to the opportunity in the spring when council can review our strategic priorities for 2022. I think I really want to have a good discussion that I think we need to do a bit of a pivot for 2022. This budget is going to be delivering heavily on transportation solutions, which I think is also coming at a cost to other community demands that have had to take a back seat. And I think we need to make sure we have that conversation and make sure that's actually reflecting the whole number of services that the community is actually wanting. It's not all about traffic. That's certainly not. I mean, I hear about traffic, but with the Parks and Recreation, I am hearing a lot about the different services, the different recreation, how people want to get out and do that. And I feel that in this upcoming budget, we're looking, it's all in on traffic and not really a balanced approach. But then going through these 4, the community connectivity, hats off to the team. I think you're delivering on this well. The community development and planning, this is an area I've always paid close attention to. I think there's a lot of things there that well deserve the check marks. Of course, the MDP, the land use bylaw that's being done right now are important. And I know the idea is to take things off the list, but for me, I'm not seeing the sequential development plan on here, which for myself is really important in that growth management approach that I want to take in Cochrane. I'm seeing right now, as we're going through this economic slowdown, we're looking at a 2% assessment growth. Things are slowing down. I don't look at this as being, this is temporary. Cochrane is going to continue to be one of the most desirable places in the country to live. That growth pressures are going to come back, and we need to plan for that. And for me, a big part of that is that sequential development plan. I'm not seeing that on here, and it's taken a back seat this year. And also the slope development policy. I mean, we live in a community with river valleys, and the slopes and how we approach the development of those is something I think that's important to Cochranites. So I would like to make sure that as we amend the strategic plan going ahead, we consider those aspects. The community engagement, hats off to the whole team, the communications team, everybody involved. I think the town of Cochrane has really become a leader in how you can engage and communicate what's going on. And so I'm so proud of our community for everything that's being done there. And I really appreciate that. The Social Recovery Task Force, the Economic Recovery Task Force, the things I value most about those is that we're actually informing and engaging our residents in finding solutions and making sure that it's informed engagement. And so I'm very impressed with those. My concerns, though, come in the community facilities and services side. The new protective services building, I mean, that's, I think, 10 years past due, so that's going to be great. The tri-site implementation strategy, it's a start. The asset management's a start. Achieving organizational efficiencies, we're always going to want to do that. But where I'm really seeing in our community where we've fallen down this term is on where the community comes together, is on that recreation and that parks. If somebody asked me who was in charge of recreations in the town of Cochrane right now, I couldn't tell you. In our reorganizations this term, that position got moved, and I think we need to have a conversation about that as a group. So yeah, who is in charge in recreation? I don't know, and it's a big part of how our community comes together, and it's a big part of what their expectations are. We had the presentation from the Parks Group. We do have a shortage of recreation and playing fields in Cochrane, and I think we need to come up with a strategy to how we meaningfully advance that. A large portion of my meetings for the last number of months have been groups, sports groups, culture groups that are looking to have, they want to have the new fields. They want to be part of that solution, but we don't have a story or a strategy to advance that. And again, I'm not seeing the Horse Creek Sports Park on here, and I can't stress enough the number of groups that I'm hearing for. They want more playing fields, they want the rugby fields, they want more bike space, hike space, everything. And in what we've looked at, it's a blind spot in Cochrane. And so this budget is delivering on the COVID world, it's delivering on the transportation, but I think we really need to look in our strategic plans for 22 to make sure that we are aligned to start bringing a balance to how we're investing in our budgets. So that's my point on that. And I apologize, Mr. Mayor, for not helping you drill down on what's important from the list. I think we need to have a good discussion and a review about the whole complexity and the balance of what we need as a community. So those are my thoughts on there. I think hats off to staff. You delivered on the direction the council gave you, but I think this year council has to have a conversation on how to balance those demands a little bit better.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just a few thoughts on the four different topics here. Also, just like Councillor McFadden just said, I'm quite impressed that I see a council term of 4 years here where off the start it seemed like we were coming up with our how to design and fund some of these objectives, and I see in this budget us finally executing many of them, so thank you very much. It's particularly on the community connectivity. There's multiple things underway either now or upcoming next year, and I think that's, if we're prioritizing, for me, that's the most critical thing we could be doing, which is executing on the 5 bullet points in community connectivity, even if we don't directly control the second access to Sunset Ridge, but the other 5 are critical, and I'm glad to see they're in the budget. The one thing there that I highlighted, implement smart traffic management technology. We just mentioned that there's no capital project associated with it. I don't know if we want to already start parking things on the board, but that's something that I'd like to hear more about. I think that's critical and should be more well-defined. If it's not, I would like to hear more about it. So we don't have to talk about it now, but it's something I just highlighted there. I was also interested to hear, so in the next section, community development and planning, implement the 10-year business development strategy. It would be interesting to hear what resources are associated with accomplishing the task. I'd just like to know how robust that's going to be. I don't really know exactly what that entails, so that'd be interesting to hear more about if we're talking about prioritizing. I also wanted to hear a little bit more about in community engagement or advocacy for regional mass transit, if that would, what sort of financial involvement that might involve from the municipality. Advocating is one thing. We haven't talked about any finances there, so if we're prioritizing, that would be something I'd need to know more about. And then community facilities and services. I think when I see complete design for the old town hall site, as important as that is, because it's the first property you see as you come down the hill into town. I think with some of the improvements we're making to 1A and Center, perhaps that could be held back a bit if we want to see what that intersection ends up looking like and what that project materializes into before we complete a design for that. So I think that might be an opportunity to push that back, even though it's critical, obviously. That's an important site. And then finally, this might be another parking lot item, but develop an effective asset management system. I noticed we got rid of the position that we were looking to hire for our asset management, which could well be a great decision. I was just wondering how we're planning on addressing our asset management. Is it as a team, or what's the new plan forward? So that would be useful if we were going to prioritize things here, I think. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Reid?
I guess it is a bit of a flash of blinding obvious that Cochrane's both been blessed and challenged over the last several years with growth, and now with only a 2% growth, or what is proposed to be an only 2% growth, that we find ourselves in, that we're really challenged. Now, what I appreciate, Drew, about you going through that priority list is just to acknowledge the things that have been accomplished, both for ourselves as a town council, but more importantly for the public, right? I mean, while there is a lot of negative criticism out there about all the things that council has done, one of those being masked by law, but leave that aside. We really have accomplished quite a bit. I guess for me, in terms of being able to move forward with the priorities, rather than just picking out what could be cut or what we need further information on, it might be useful just to look at each of those priorities collectively, like let's talk about community connectivity, right? I mean, for me personally, one of the priorities is the infrastructure, catching up with where we need to be and keeping pace with the growth, whether it's only 2% or less. And secondly, to live within our means. I think we're in a time and a place where there's lots of nice to haves, but there's things that are absolutely critical, I think, are essential to our well-being. And I think we've got to separate those two. As I said earlier, with the $5.2 million less revenue this year, or this coming year, that really is sobering in terms of, again, Catherine's presentation. If this was our household budget, we'd be clearly thinking about some things like not putting in air conditioning or a pool or something in our backyard, and looking at replacing the furnace of the roof. So I think it's essential that we look at the essential services and not just the nice to haves. But I'd like to suggest we might go through, rather than just picking our top three, maybe look at each of those priorities individually, and talking about what really needs to be in there and what doesn't need to be in there. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Well, this is a discussion, so we've got a list that we're tabulating over there. Councillor Federico?
Just a couple questions. I too want to say, job well done. You've covered off on a lot of areas, especially some that were important to me to bring forward, like engagement. It's been handled really well. When it comes to some of our traffic solutions and things coming forward, I know that we're all very hopeful, obviously, about the interchange at 1A and 22. Obviously, we do know that as a provincial project. We have a hopeful kind of time period of when that work's going to be done. But what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't happen? Because obviously that's going to shift some of these things that we have in the budget right now that have dollars associated to them. So I'd like to know kind of what the effect is if that doesn't go through in the time that we're kind of thinking it happens, what does that look like financially for us? And what is the cost associated to kind of sitting down and talking about the whole tri-site area? I mean, obviously we realize that that's an important, it's important to a lot of people saying, you know, library, art center, but is that something that needs to be a high priority right now? I just want to find out what the cost is associated to that for kind of bringing it forward now, because obviously we know as soon as we just start discussing things like that in the community, people automatically think it's going to be built. And so there is a real concern as to not necessarily this year's tax rate, I don't believe, but going forward into 2022, 2023, that people just can't sustain kind of what is being projected on them right now. So I think we're going to have to make some really tough decisions here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flowers?
Thank you. It is a very long list. I'd like to see it separated out, the things that are ongoing and the things that are projects that we're working on, because I find it confusing that they're mixed in together. Regarding the tri-site, the thing I'd like to see added, not a project, but to discuss with the people from the Big Hill Lodge about them moving forward, because right now we're kind of blocking that project. We've said there might be space there for them, and they really need a new lodge. There's cracks in the walls and all kinds of problems. And they do have work to do on their end, but they'll be paying for it and building the new lodge. So we just need to get out of the way and make sure things are in place so that they can move forward and get that project going for the seniors in our community. The rest of it, yeah, we got to put some planning into it, but we shouldn't have to spend too much money at this point until we know that we can move forward. Yeah, the transportation, I agree with Councillor McFadden. We've got lots of great projects underway and some really good planning there, so we just need to balance out the rec and social stuff too. Thank you.
Councillor Nagel?
I think it definitely makes sense to be, rethinking our priorities as things have changed. As Councillor Reid and others have mentioned, like, tough times. Obviously, we need to be rethinking with the air conditioner or the pool, as you said. Metaphorically, not the swimming pool, the metaphorical pool in Alex Reid's backyard. Sorry, but to the point. I think there could be some potential savings of efficiencies, in the tri-site area. I think, we've got all these bullet points of things we want to do with the tri-site implementation strategy. That seems, of everything on this list, seems to be more of the nice to have rather than need to have. Regarding Councillor McFadden's mention of the sequential development strategy, I think that is something we should be talking about. There's been a lot of talk for as long as I've been on council about better managing growth, and even us as a group, we all got together and made all those maps and everything we're going to do, and to date, I don't think anything really substantial has come out yet, but that sequential development strategy is a real tangible thing I think that we could do. And then also the old town hall site, as Councillor Wilson mentioned, I think that could be something we could push back a little bit.
Okay. I too think that we've obviously done a great deal of work, and I'm proud of all the things that we've accomplished in the term. And thank you to all the boots on the ground that are actually making it happen. Some of the things that I think we could redefine, and again, not saying that they're not important, but things that maybe we can move back in the list. And for me, under community connectivity, is upgrade the asphalt pathway from Mitford Park to West Terrace Park. That's something I would put on the parking lot. The review the MDP, I think that's something that we could put off. I see it's in the budget for this year. I'm obviously a huge proponent of having a municipal development plan current, but the likelihood of it being completed in 2021, in my opinion, is slim, given the fact we have a land use bylaw to complete. And then we have to wait for the growth plan from the CMRB to be complete, which will probably be later in the fall by the time we have no idea. We have to have it in by March 1st. The provincial government will then need to look it over and then give us the thumbs up. So in my view, I think we can put that in 2022. So MDP. initiate work on for the same reason, the Cochrane Sustainability Plan. I think we could push that out a year following the MDP. And by no means am I thinking that we don't need a River Heights Reservoir, but do we need to do the planning so soon, given the fact that the growth has slowed? That would be something, just a question at this point. Focus on, so we have one bullet item here under community engagement that says focus on improved communication to residents, and then goes on about community safety program services and blah, blah, blah. I think we should end it at residents. Focus on improved communication to residents. And I think that we have moved the needle on that with this, these past 3 years, but I think given COVID and everything that we're dealing with, the need for enhanced communication outward is even more important, and then the communication inward, internally with our staff, given the fact that we're all, we just heard today, we're half here, half not. That communication challenge is going to be increasingly difficult to engage, keep people happy, keep residents informed. I'm going to be looking for some increase in staffing in the communication area is what I would like to see. And Councillor Wilson, you asked about the communication manager position. That would be something I would look at here. And then the last one, complete design of Old Town Hall site. That was the other thing I thought we could potentially move out of our priorities. And again, not saying they're not important items, just given all the other priorities that we're dealing with, can those be pushed to the side somewhat? 2022, 2023, that's kind of the discussion. Is there anyone else that wants to talk about anything else in regards to priorities? We haven't really made any changes. We've put some things on the parking lot. Do you want us to drill down further? Do we have enough information at this time to carry on, or?
Well, it's really at council's discretion. If you would like to have more discussion on this again, we would be happy to take some input. I think there's been a number of good points that have been raised. We can, I believe it was Councillor Reid saying, going through each individual item and perhaps having a discussion on each, so there is that clarity.
Okay.
Again.
Councillor Nagel, you have a point?
Yeah, I would just suggest if we're going to stop and talk about stuff, I think we should hammer down and make decisions on things instead of just, talking about it and then having to come back 2 or 3 times tomorrow and on Wednesday and stuff.
No, agreed. Okay, let's stick it out here for a bit then. Let's go through each point then. As you suggested, Councillor Reid, if we start with the community connectivity priority. Does anybody have anything they want to add or subtract from the list?
Our staff would also be happy to answer any questions on the different items that council may have. So we have all of our resources here. So
Councillor Reid, sorry, I had the reflection going on over there. Go ahead.
Get out of the penalty box. Just to Councillor Wilson's point, maybe you could clarify, what was that smart traffic management technology? I've completely forgotten what that was.
So through the chair to Councillor Reid, this was something our previous CAO and our previous infrastructure or IS manager had discussed. So there was a number of different technologies that could be implemented to assist with the traffic lights and things of that nature that would assist in improving traffic flow. Again, we understand that this is a priority, but as I said in my presentation, we don't have a capital project given the changes that we've had that's associated with that. There's a couple opportunities coming up with our new CAO starting. We are recruiting for a new IS manager. So again, there is an opportunity there to perhaps reevaluate this, get some more information, and then provide some more clarity for council on that.
Yeah, I think to Council Wilson's point, given that there's nobody championing this and that there is no capital, maybe that is something that could be pushed off to 22, 23 or something like that. Just, again, to Morgan's point, like, we want to finalize some of these things, maybe we should just kind of agree on what is priority and what isn't. And that would be one that I would think that we could easily put off.
Well, let's just stay there for a sec. Is there anyone else that wants to talk about this one? Is there any capital project? There isn't anything tied to this. So taking this out doesn't change the budget at all, other than this is something that we wanted to pursue. So if anything, we could just change the 2021 to 2022. Yeah, go ahead.
On that subject, I was just hoping we might, do we have, since we don't have a line item for it, do we have any idea of the cost of that technology, or have we even, that was the basis of my question. Is do
If
we
I
have
could, I don't have a total cost. We'd have to look into some previous budgets and things like that.
So there was no set budget for that. It was part of the work that the IS manager was doing. He had had some preliminary discussions with Alberta Transportation, was brainstorming with our GIS crew, and had come up with some preliminary ideas. However, there was no previous budget in there, and there isn't any budget dollars in this current draft budget in any of those 3 years to pursue something.
Okay, thank you. So I would suggest that we just change the first word of implement, because we don't have anything to implement, of just a, research and come back to council on, because it's very important to me, but if we aren't even at a step where we know the cost or what we're doing there, we can't implement. So research and report back, 2021.
Okay. Anyone else on this topic? Councillor Flowers?
Wondered about parking it for in the spring if there's money left over. First of all, finding out how much it would cost, but if it truly does improve the traffic flow, it might be something we'd want to look at sooner than later. It might be one of the simpler solutions to helping with traffic.
We did previously have a budget of $387,000 for it, but that was one of the things that we were cut because we were trying to reduce our budget response to COVID.
So to re-implement that budget item would be close to $400,000,
That was the preliminary estimate.
so 387.
And for council's benefit, with the main proponents of those discussions not being with the organization, I think that it'd be incumbent on us to certainly have our IS manager in place and an opportunity to explore that and report back to council before making this necessarily a priority for 2021. I think it'd be difficult to achieve that, quite frankly.
If I could respectfully, the other discussion that SLT had when we did remove this from a 2021 budgeted item was the fact that there are a significant number of traffic improvement strategies in place right now in projects, and that it might be something that we would look forward in the future once those changes were made to the 1A and all of our intersections.
That's a good point. Anyone else on this item? Councillor Nagel?
This is actually always the item I buzzed in to talk about. I think we should just scratch it, to be entirely honest, thinking a discussion like this where we're trying to give clarity to administration and drill things down. I think if the answer is maybe, it should be no, and I don't hear anybody who's super passionate about this, but also we have a great traffic plan, as you just highlighted in that great presentation of yours, was it 2 weeks ago? We have the plan, let's just focus on the plan. We don't need to do any more data analysis right now. So I just think we just scratch it.
Okay. Councillor McFadden, do you have
Yeah, I think.
on this item?
Well, I have a suggestion for maybe a different approach and maybe some clarity for my own. Like, we usually set the strategic priority session is usually a day event by itself in the spring where we sit down and map out the next 3 years. So I think to kind of point by point wade into strategic planning here, maybe it's not the right spot. Maybe we should just, because this budget has been prepared to reflect those priorities for this year, maybe we should just, as we've said, the budget shows our priorities. Why don't we go through the operational budget and the capital budget, as they're presented with the arguments for them and see if they align. Strategically speaking, I would rather spend a full day mapping out at least the strategic priorities for the next 3 years in the spring, as opposed to a kind of 5-10 minute ad hoc at the beginning of our 2021 budget deliberations.
Yeah, I think the purpose of this discussion is, obviously, things have changed since we've made this list. Is this still something, we needed to touch in on this to ensure that we still agree that these are the priorities for the organization. So it'd be an easy way, if we are, say, to eliminate one, it then would fall into the budget and eliminate capital or operating costs at the same time. So I get it. It's usually a longer discussion, but if there was some easy wins through here that we could cut the budget process down, or at least give our administration some room to breathe in some of these areas, that was the intent of this. Councillor Padeco?
Going back to kind of the smart traffic management plan, I don't even know necessarily what's all included in that. So I think, kind of like Councillor Wilson said, I would like to at least hear what was in there, because, you know, sometimes I think, you know, we do have a lot of stuff going on with traffic and fixing it, but maybe there's ideas in there that would affect how we approach some of the other projects that we have here and their timelines. Maybe there's something that we haven't thought of that is in, you know, that's looking at a technology side of things to be able to improve traffic, rather than us having to do the physical construction and having large numbers attached to that. I mean, I don't even know what's in that project. So rather than taking it completely out, I'd like to at least hear what it's about, and then make a decision going forward from there.
But I'm hearing, Mr. Hyman, that you don't have the resources internally to pull this off until at least a manager and a CAO are in place?
That is correct. I think based on the departures of those individuals who had those conversations, we don't have a great deal more information to share with you at this point. So I think it would be incumbent on us to make sure that we do the research and then come back with more information to share with you. So.
Then,
Obviously, the timeline will change, but yeah, I would definitely be interested to hear kind of, or see what kind of some of those strategies could be, because I think that it could potentially affect some of the other timelines. So kind of going back to what Councillor McFadden said, I mean, we're going to start picking and choosing things that maybe we don't want in there, but some of the things that we don't really know about could affect other timelines. So I think you're right. I mean, maybe looking at some of these things in spring too makes a little bit more sense, rather than kind of completely taking things out right now, unless there's something glaring that we really want out altogether.
well, maybe I'll suggest this. There's nothing in this budget that this line item affects. We put an asterisk beside it. You guys have heard the conversation. It's whether we remove it right now or not isn't going to change the draft. So let's just park it. Moving on. Anything else in this? Councillor Nagel?
Moving on to the community development and planning, or?
Well, I had the upgrade the asphalt pathway, but I think we can leave that in the priority, but I'd like to park it over there to see what the cost of it is later, as for a later discussion. Unless there's anything else in community connectivity. No? Okay. Development and planning?
How much do we have allocated for the update of the Cochrane Sustainability Plan? I think last time we talked about it, it was like $250,000 or something like that.
Cubed out of the microphone.
Sorry, excuse me, yeah. We have budgeted $200,000 for the Cochrane Sustainability Plan and $200,000 for the Cochrane Municipal Development Plan review.
Okay, for me, that's something I think MDP, leave it, Cochrane Sustainability Plan, bump that even further, I think.
So, Mr. Hyman, is there, what resources would be allocated to the MDP in 2021? It would be late, right?
Well, it's going to be late in 2021 based on the regional plan, March, and, you know, to your point, the province is going to review that regional growth plan, provide us some input. We do have, we can do some preliminary work, probably later in 2021, but of course there'll be a new council, so that's something to be considered as well. But our intent was we'd have a project manager internally, perhaps working with some external consultants as well. So,
Okay. Anyone else on this one? Councillor McFadden?
So, I mean, the MDP is pretty much the most important planning document we have, and so the sooner you have that updated to reflect the values and priorities of the residents, the better off you are. Balanced off with the fact of the timelines that we do have. I certainly hear that. We need to wait for the regional plan to be in place so that we can make sure that it's in alignment, but I'd rather get it started in 2021. My question then is, where's the funding coming from that? That's usually a MSI operating one.
I think it's reserves. Yeah, just to confirm, and Mr. Weldon confirmed, it's coming from reserves. So we had planning reserves for that, so we've been planning for this project for some time.
So scratching it isn't affecting the tax rate for this year. The only thing it would do is balance off staff workload.
Correct. And, you know, there, again, with a community vision, so much has changed in our community since the last MDP. Have provided an opportunity to do some of the engagement, which links to one of other council's priorities. So, again, I think there's an opportunity to do that. Again, engagement is really difficult at this time with COVID, but perhaps there's some different things that we could do and have some preliminary work in 2021, getting ready for the new council and to get that moving forward with the regional plan being completed.
You keep saying new council. So, I'm just teasing. I would like it to stay on the priority list. I think it is without a doubt the most important planning document that we deliver on, and to get that into alignment, and the removal has no impact on the tax rate, so keep it in. I support Councillor Nagel's that we could look at the sustainability plan and defer that to when it better fits.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting we scrap it. It was just move the year down one. Councillor Flowers?
Can you remind me which one's the higher level document? Is it the sustainability plan?
It's the municipal development plan.
So it should be done first?
Mm-hmm.
Because the sustainability plan is extremely important, but I think if there is some new people coming on council and public engagement, it should happen further down the road so that we can make sure and get lots of feedback.
Yes, they're both very important documents, and you know, we look forward to working with the community and council.
And again, I'm not saying they're not important. Everything's important on this list. It's just, what is it that we want administration to focus on in the next 10 months, really, till the next council comes in? And I'm just saying that we're probably not going to get to the MVP. If we do, great. I'm sure the admin team will jump onto it. It's just not a priority of all of the other things in the list, is what I'm saying. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I agree with the MDP talk. If we can accomplish that this year and not need to defer, it sounds like go ahead. Sustainability plan sounds right, defer for a year. If that makes the most sense. I was hoping we could talk about the 10-year business development strategy if we're just going
Yeah.
you know, part by part, which is a smart idea. So I was just wondering what resources were associated with this. Is it just our business development manager that's taking on that task, and is that department crowded with anything else?
Do you want me to answer? Okay. So through the chair to Councillor Wilson, that would be our business development manager, Mr. Mike Corman. So he has got a full plate. He is working with the Economic Recovery Task Force, of course. He will have a key role in the Transit and Innovation Hub and the programming. So he has prepared this strategy. It was approved by council in February. We also in last year's budget did take a resource away from that department. So the reality is he has a lot on his plate. Patty Palmer helps assist him as well, but there is a great deal for him to accomplish with that.
So it sounds like that might be a useful one to defer I'm looking at I understand as we go through the list here that this is a better conversation topic, as Councillor McFadden pointed out, at a different time, but if we're able to defer or eliminate anything, at least it could help us with budget planning. That's the only use I see out of what we're doing, so that might be a good one to defer if council agrees. I'm not very opinionated on it, I just earmarked it here. And then also River Heights Reservoir, as the mayor said, would be interesting just to see what ability we'd have to push that back, if that's a useful deferral as well. So,
Yeah, and
maybe
I
for others.
don't mean to belabor the point. It's just I think the staff capacity issue is a real one.
Yeah.
That COVID has added another layer to just come to work. And I don't mean to blame everything on COVID. I think we were actually really good at adding things to the list for 3 years, and they're all good things. It's just, what things do we want to achieve at a high level and allow staff some room to actually, hit the bar, that's all, without having corner of our desks filled with important things that we have expectations on that likely may not occur at that high level. And that's not a slight at staff at all. That's everybody trying to do the most they can all the time, but I'm saying, can we reduce the pile somewhat? Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, so just speaking on the River Heights Reservoir, I mean, that one kind of emerged out of the blue for me this year. But it is for 2023. So again, it's not impacting this year's budget. It does give them all of 2021, 2022 to adjust, and it also gives us, strat plan in the spring to evaluate where that goes in a more fulsome discussion. So I'm okay leaving it here in 2023. I think it was advocated by staff to bring it on because it supports the economic development of that community. So from my perspective, I'm all about the tax rate this year. A more fulsome discussion about projects in 2022, 2023 would be better had at another time. So I'm glad we're questioning them, but since it's in 2023, I'd rather leave it on.
Okay. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I just want to segue back to that municipal development plan. So if it's one of those things that actually is a goal that probably will not be accomplished in this year, then I'm not sure why we're not pushing it off for a year. And then likewise, I think the Councillor Wilson's point, I think the 10-year business development plan and the River Heights Reservoir should be pushed off for a year. Beyond the proposed years as in the documentation.
So a couple of these have real line items in the budget. So we can go one of two ways. We can debate it now, or we can wait till we get into the capital plan or the operating plan where it's listed. So if we want to, it's kind of on the parking lot. Councillor Federico?
When it comes to the business development strategy, I think it should honestly stay. When another priority is to prioritize commercial and industrial development, I mean, some of that comes along with that strategy, right? So if we're going to take that out, then all of a sudden then, you know what, we're not necessarily having that focus on the business side and the commercial side, and we all know that that's exactly where we should be looking. So to have that taken out, while I realize that it is a big project for Mr. Corman to handle, I think it should stay in. And I think that right now, more than ever, developing our business strategy, helping our businesses is extremely important. We don't know what's coming around the bend with COVID or more shutdowns, and I think now is the time to really be putting some effort into what business is going to look like going forward, or how to best predict that in new times.
The other, I don't know if you mentioned it, Mr. Hyman, but the other task, and it's not a small one, that's been assigned to Mr. Corman is the assistant DEM, or?
Yes, that's correct. I failed to mention that he does play an important role within our response to COVID.
Yeah.
He is currently the section head for the planning area, as well as an alternate for a deputy director.
Right.
Given that we are a little bit lean at the top of that org chart at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying that there's been roles that have been dropped in people's silos throughout because of COVID that we need to be aware of, that's all. I agree, business strategy is a good thing. It's just a matter of, is it going to get done while we're responding to COVID, that's all. Where were we? Counselor Nagel.
On the business development strategy thing, I agree, we should definitely leave this in. I think it's probably the number one issue in our community right now, even more so than traffic. And regarding the sustainability plan, MDP, add back in, if Councilor Reed mentioned if that's not gonna be able to get done this year, maybe we shouldn't even budget for it. I think there's some wisdom there. And complete the River Heights Reservoir, if we can bump that off, I think we should bump it off.
Okay. So again, I come back to the, they're in the budget later, we can come back to them. We got them flagged? Okay. Community engagement? There's the MDP, we'll park that one again. Anyone else have anything here? Councilor Reed?
Just wondering what the dollar value was for the, and I've forgotten, to be honest, what their recommendations were for the social task force and the economic recovery task force. What are the dollar values associated with that, or is this just really an issue of staff time?
I could weigh into that one a little bit, that both of them, their terms end at the end of this year.
Okay.
So they would have to come back to council for a motion to extend the terms of reference.
Right.
And there was no operating budget given to them. Any of the funds that have been expended have been through the budgets of either FCSS or business development at this time.
So, but the recommendations themselves, do they have a dollar value?
Well, we've had 3 come back that we've dealt with from the economic recovery, and none of them, so far we would have to vote on each one of those budget line items if they were to have a financial implication.
Okay, thank you.
But right now, there's no budget allotted to either one of those, other than capacity, staff time. Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. Just my question from before about advocating for regional mass transit system. I assume there's no budget line item associated to that, but just wanted to clarify.
There is no specific
Right.
budget.
Just advocacy. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So,
But it would be staff time.
Right. If there's no budget associated with it, I'm okay to leave it alone and learn more about it as it transpires.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Nagel?
Just a little housekeeping issue that I believe you mentioned, Mayor Janung, about point 3, focus on improved communication to residents, and just put a period there, scratch the rest off. I think it's a good idea, provide clarity, simplify it.
Okay. I obviously agree. Good idea. Nothing else on this one?
Okay.
Community facilities and services? Councilor Wilson? Oh, sorry, Councilor Nagel?
So on the tri-site, how much budget is allocated to consult with users regarding the library innovation center, arts and culture site, and then also the old town hall site? Sounds expensive.
I'd have to refer to the budget. I'm not sure in terms of the old town hall site. I think Councillor Wilson made a number of good points. Certainly from my perspective, we had talked about designing, as many of members who previously were on council were familiar with, the previous opportunity to sell that site and have it developed. I think getting the transportation infrastructure is critical. We've talked about gateway features to welcome people to the community. From my perspective, I think the design for the Old Town Hall site really should be delayed until such time as Centre and 1A is complete. I think that would be the best decision. You have a complete canvas to work with then, without trying to do something and figure it out after.
Yeah.
If I could just add further to that, the Old Town Hall site design is not funded currently in this budget because of those reasons. So while it remains one of council's priorities, which is what this captures, that they are not necessarily reflective of the capital projects that we're recommending be included at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, I agree on the Old Town Hall site discussion. I mean, before you can even complete the design, you have to be clear on what the purpose is. And we haven't, as far as I know, this council hasn't had a discussion about what our purpose and what our goals are for those lines, so I can get that one can be bumped off for a year or two. Sorry, I apologize. Back to the community development planning, I really do want to see the sequential development plan and the slope development policies be prioritized. I don't expect that those have budgetary implications, more so dedication of staff time.
Staff time, correct.
And then, sorry, just a question. I like we want to develop an effective asset management system as opposed to an ineffective one. That just entertained me. But are we looking at including the asset management in this budget? I don't think I saw it. No. Okay. All right. Anyhow, thank you. I just wanted to wade in on those ones.
So you're suggesting we can change the date on the town hall site? And what was the other one? The asset management, defer?
Yeah, again, that's not, the asset management's not even in discussion for the budget for this year. It's something, I think we've all identified that it's a key thing of kind of responsible management, but not for this year. And then the design of the old town hall site, that can come off, but probably something we want to be ready for in 2022.
Yeah.
And like I said, I did want to add those key planning policies to the previous one.
If I could, perhaps the Old Town Hall site design should be 23. 22 will be upgrading center, so just as a friendly recommendation, or... Yeah,
A recommendation, yeah?
Yes.
Councillor McFadden, are you finished?
Well, sorry, I just want to read in, like, again, the idea, traditionally what we do is when we go into strat plan in the spring, we can, you know, kind of flesh out these projects and balance things with more of a focus. So, but I certainly hear the point that I imagine 2023 is a more achievable timeline. That's all.
Okay, and then to the slope policy, where is that currently?
We have completed some preliminary work, so we would have an opportunity to bring that to the developers, understanding that this is a council priority. Get some input, perhaps bring it to a future strategic session with council in the new year, and then subsequently bring that to council. We have been working on it, so.
So it's underway?
It's ready.
Yeah. And then the sequential development plan, that would be something we obviously would, I don't think
we
we've
would need
had
to
it.
do some work. There was previously the notice of motion, and the notice of motion never proceeded beyond just the initial notice. So we would need to do some additional work to bring that forward, and then follow a similar path in terms of bringing it to SLT, taking it to the developers, and then strategic session with council. So it would be something in 2021 that we would need to accomplish.
Okay. Who's up next? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I don't know if we brought up the final part of the tri-site implementation strategy. So the first two bullet points, Transit Hub and Innovation Center, are well underway. So I assume we're just continuing ahead there. At-grade pedestrian crossing, continuing on there, I assume. But the consulting with user groups and finalizing concepts for a library innovation cultural site at Fifth Avenue seems like an opportunity to be pushed back for a year, just the conversation if we're overloaded currently. Town hall site, like where we landed, where 2023 might make sense if we're choosing a year right now, but as Councillor McFadden said, we'll probably be readjusting that anyway when we talk in the spring. And then develop an effective asset management system seems like something that could be pushed back, and if it's a good opportunity right now, I was just hoping to hear what our plan was to tackle that subject, or do we, maybe we don't even have that plan yet, that's something to be discussed upcoming, so.
Which one was that, sorry?
Develop an effective asset management system. What's,
Oh.
If we're just deferring it, does that mean we probably don't have that answer? That's we haven't even looked into what the plan is there.
Well,
Is
there's
that correct?
nothing in the budget for this year for it, but there was a, sorry, go ahead.
I can
Cass.
speak to that, and I also wanted to speak to something else too about this general discussion. So first of all, with the asset management, so in the interest of not having any new positions in 2021, and cutting down on the positions for 22 and 23. The asset management coordinator, which was approved in 2020, deferred to 21, is now completely out of the budget. That means we do not have any resources to implement an asset management strategy. So that leads me into the more general comment I was going to say. There are a number of council priorities in here, and we just took them with the years that were there and placed them into the budget book. As senior leadership was going through the budget and we were determining what we would be able to put forward and what we felt we would not be able to put forward, there were a number of capital projects that may have those years in council priorities that are not reflected in this budget because SLT, senior leadership team, took a proactive approach and deferred some of those projects given our restricted financial and human resource capacity. So tomorrow when we start talking about, and I'll talk to you about the capital projects, that's when we can spend more time and understand exactly which of those projects have been pushed out of the budget and which ones perhaps council might want to bring back in and take some others out instead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That answer your question, Councillor
Yeah,
Wilson?
that answered everything, and I think I added the 2 bits that I had, and sounds good to me. The discussion's good. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Flowers?
My only comment is about the consult with user groups. I don't think that we can finalize concepts in 2021. Maybe we could change the wording to continue discussions and add Big Hill Lodge discussion into that, just so it doesn't get lost and we keep planning for that.
Okay. Councillor Federico?
I kind of like where Councillor Flowers was going with that one. I would actually rather just have maybe a consultation or discuss, have a conversation about senior housing and what that looks like and keep that piece in. I know that's a valuable part. But the rest of it, as far as discussing the Library and Arts and Culture Center and Fifth Ave, I think honestly, it's probably even out of the 2023 range. We don't have any sort of date on any of these things. I don't even know why we would have people all come together and sit around a table to discuss something that it's not even in our future 5 years probably, right? So I don't want to lose the senior part though, the senior housing part. I think that should stay in. But maybe we could just reword that or change it so that we're not bringing all those people to the table thinking something's happening when ideally we know it's not anytime soon.
Good point. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit lost. Like, we're obviously not going to be, rewriting the strategic priorities today.
No.
So in the spring, when we do go through that entire process, I really would, and just to reiterate, sorry I fell apart in our process, that the Horse Creek Sports Park be in that. I know that the first step of it is in this budget. I think the servicing's in the budget.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
There's projects for 21, 22, and 23. 23 is the servicing, 21 is the revisions to the master plan, and then the detailed design is in 22.
Yeah, so I'd like to, in the spring, to have a conversation about how we could speed that up, because every one of the sports groups that I've talked to, they want to know, what the plan is, how they fit into it, and how they can start, fundraising to make it happen. They don't want to wait 3 or 4 years for us to step through a plan quietly. Is there resources either internally or within the budget where we can start, one of the challenges with the sports park, not only is it going to be about providing the space for these activities to happen, but we're also going to have to manage a new recreation facility. That's going to come with booking process, maintenance process, extra staff, that entire story. So is there some, in this year, are we going to have the capacity to start mapping out what the governance of that new facility is going to be?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, that is not in the budget.
Okay. I'll muse on that one some more. Thank you.
Okay. I know it was a little arduous, but I think having a discussion on what our priorities are and if they still apply or not, or if there's something messages we could send to our admin team on, this is the thing that you need to be focusing on, and this is something, if you have time when that thing is complete, to work on, was important. So thank you for your discussion on that. Is there anything else before we move on? I think we should have a break.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's 1:55, so we're right on time. So I think a break would be beneficial if we could come back, say, in 10 minutes.
Okay.
I think everybody can,
Next, we're going to get into the operating. Yeah.
how about we say 15 minutes, and then that gives people a little bit of time if they need to catch up on emails or make calls or do things
Yeah.
like that. So that would put us at 10 after.
Okay.
The next topic's the public survey results, and
Survey,
then we move
right.
into the operating.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back. Right on time, too, I might add. 2:10, we're good to get into public survey results. Take us away.
Yeah, so thank you. I did want to say thank you for that discussion on the council priorities. My vision of the intent was to get you thinking about, if we get to the point where you would like some changes made to the budget, that sort of putting you in the mindset of tying it to services or priorities. So starting to get you to think that way was sort of the intention of that. So I think we've accomplished that. So thank you for doing that. So on to public survey results. Now, there's a little thing called COVID, which has changed how we did our public engagement this year. So last year, not only did we do an online survey, but we also went out and set up shop at Spray Lakes for a couple of times at the rec center and snagged people as they were coming through and got feedback that way. With COVID, as I had mentioned on October the 26th, we decided not to do an in-person consultation, and instead we've just relied on survey results. So what are those results? The survey closed November the 12th. We had 93 people respond. Satisfaction with the overall quality and level of services on a 1 to 5 scale, 1 being no, we don't like them at all, 5 being they're perfect. The average was 3.09. What we also found out was 2/3 of the respondents prefer service cuts over tax increases, and of the 1/3 preferring the tax increase, we asked them for what sort of tolerable dollar amount per month would be okay. 1/3 chose between 3 and 5, and 1/3 between 6 and 9. So those preferring service cuts were asked to prioritize services. The 4 services chosen as their number 1 most frequently were protective services, which includes fire, municipal enforcement, RCMP, plan and save for future infrastructure needs, which would be our reserve stuff, business development and attraction, as well as transportation, which is snow removal, street cleaning, roads repair, as well as our transit system. So, they agree that the number that agree that a proposed 2021 tax increase is acceptable to achieve the budget goals. Again, 1, 5 being yes. The average was 2.63. Respondents were also provided an opportunity to leave their comments. There were 74 comments, and those were provided to council. I'm not going to play them on the screen today. You can read them at your leisure. And that concludes telling you about the survey results. Okay. Was there any questions on those or comments anybody wanted to make?
I do thank you for the survey. I think given the events of our day-to-day and how it's changed, it was what I found with the survey, and I think you and I have talked about this, and I think you've mentioned it even in report to council, was that perhaps next year we change the engagement process a little bit. And I really liked that allocation of priorities of taxes for services. Thought that was very helpful with the survey.
I've been involved where we've done surveys along those lines before, where it kind of takes a typical property and shows you, you know, right now you're spending X amount of your property tax dollars on this service, and if you want to increase that service, what does it do to your property taxes, or if you decrease, what does it do? So there are companies that put together those more in-depth types of surveys, but I agree, my vision would always be, I think the most useful public feedback is at the time when council's setting your priorities. Because as we just finished discussing, the budgets are built on those priorities. So, you know, to get feedback at this point in the game is a little bit more difficult to do something with that. I would find it quite useful if I was in your situation to have that feedback when you're trying to decide what is the priorities for the community, which is essentially what you're trying to do in the spring.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing some of those.
Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor McFadden?
So, yeah, following on that, actually, I think we probably all do it. You kind of look around and see what other municipalities are doing. And one of the tools I'd really like us to see in our public engagement, I see Okotoks in their feedback was recording, it looked like they were recruiting for a budget citizen panel, which would really intrigue me. Just as an opportunity, citizen panels are usually used to get a little bit more in-depth engagement, a little bit more informed engagement to the budget process. And, you know, I was excited to see another municipality was doing it, but something that perhaps we could talk about seeing if we could build into our engagement process next year. And because I do agree, the key point to get it, the public engagement is that priority, the strategic planning session, that point, because by this point, it's pretty much too late. I mean, I think I had a resident reach out and wanted to know if we could add another outdoor ice park on Twitter, skating arena. And, you know, my reply is not in the budget just yet, so we'll see. But yeah, that's just a thought. I'd like us to look into different mechanisms of engaging people, and I've always wanted to see a citizen panel being given a try. So, but I do appreciate this. A 2.63 is not a huge direction, but at least we know that everybody's as divided as everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Looks like we're good to proceed.
All right, story time. Jerry from the library would be happy to see this. All right, here we go. So, changes to the divisions. So this is one of the questions that came up. So in January 2020, there was a reorganization, and some of the questions were trying to understand comparing 2020 budgets to 2021 budgets and things like that. So with that reorganization, there was the elimination of the Senior Manager of Community Services. Their departments were redeployed under other general managers. So myself, I picked up the communications, business development, ranch house, community events and culture. Development and community services, currently headed by Mr. Weldon, picked up FCSS and transit, and business development came out from underneath him and in underneath myself. And now Mr. Khan with infrastructure services, his portfolio had facilities and parks and open spaces added to it. Another question arose as to what happened to the executive leadership team that was in the 2020 budget. That's now captured under CAO office. So, where did we start? Well, at the beginning, obviously. No. So the departments, managers, and their supporting staff went out and prepared proposed budgets, and it reflected the resources that they honestly felt that they needed to continue to provide current service levels and deliver on council priorities. As well, we had our partner organizations submit their funding requests, and we threw it all in the hopper, and out came a 13.8% tax increase. Senior leadership said, yeah, that's not going to fly. So we sharpened our pencils and went to work and started to review and reduce all of the requests that we had received. One of the biggest things that our staff had said, and we talked about this as far as capacity goes, so we don't have workforce capacity to deliver on all of the different things that we're doing, as well as our services. So the managers came back and said, we need these changes to our staffing complement. So under protective and legislative services, the municipal enforcement team needs to legislatively reclassify CPOs to level 1. Legislative services needs to reclass a legislative administrator. Development and Community Services said they needed to add a youth and family support worker, an equity and inclusion strategist. Safety Codes is looking for Safety Codes Building Officer 1, as well as a scanning clerk to be shared with the Planning Department. Planning Department wanted to add a Planner 1, an office clerk, and an intern position. And Civil Land was looking for a summer student. Doesn't end there. The CIO's office and council were looking under HR to add a health and safety assistant and labor relations business partner. And council was looking for the addition of an administrative assistant, and that showed up in the reorganization chart. It was postponed. Corporate services were looking for the director of corporate services. That was in as part of the reorg. Finance was looking for that asset management coordinator that was in 2020 and got postponed, as well as finance officer. Information services was looking for 2 service desk technicians and a project manager. Communications was looking for a manager, and business development was looking for part-time tourism and hourly staff. Infrastructure and operations, under facilities, was looking for an increase to casual cleaning hours. Parks was looking for a parks operator. Waste and recycling, a seasonal community engagement assistant. And water, wastewater, that's W3, the 3 Ws. They were looking to reclassify 3 operators. They wanted to add 2 seasonal positions and add some overtime hours. So what about in 22? Protective and Legislative Services was looking to add a CPO in municipal enforcement. Development and Community Services for Civil Land wanted to reclassify a Tech 2 to a Senior Tech. Development, adding the Director of Engineering, again as part of that reorg. Corporate Services was looking to reclassify an assessor, so right now we only have 1 sort of accredited assessor that can sign off on everything. However, the plan of attack is that the current assessors are getting their accreditation. So reclassify 1 assessor as they get their accreditation to a level 3 and add another assessor. Finance Department was looking for a business analyst. Business Development looking for an economic development officer. Information Services, a database analyst and software support analyst. Infrastructure and operations, facilities was looking for a part-time cleaner, as well as to increase the cleaning hours for 2 of their current staff. W3 was looking for a wastewater operator, and roads was also looking for another operator. 2023, Protective and Legislative Services under Municipal Enforcement was looking for an admin assistant. Development and Community Services, FCSS, was looking for the Fund Development and Evaluation position. Safety Codes was looking for a part-time plumbing, gas, electrical, another Safety Codes officer. Corporate Services was looking for another assessor. Business Development and Economic Development officer. And under our infrastructure area, they were looking for an electrician, hopefully one that's a little bit better than the one on the screen. And the roads was looking for a seasonal roads operator. That's a lot. We agree that's a lot. So the budget cuts began. So what is still in when we're talking about the staffing? And a little later on, Mr. Hyman will get into some more details in regards to all things HR. But to give you sort of a preliminary introduction, so there are no new staffing resources in 2021. In 2022, there was a plan to see if we could reorg how we did our fire services. And so for full-time firefighter positions rather than the sort of the on-call casual kind of situation we have going on right now. Planning, we have a planner 1 in, HR, the labor relations business partner, IS 1 service desk technician, facilities increase to cleaning hours, W3 reclassification of the operators, the 2 seasonals, and adding some overtime hours. In 2023, under municipal enforcement, the additional CPO 1 and reclassifying the CPOs to level 1. Putting in a communications manager, Civil Land, do the reclassification they were looking for. FCSS, that's where that equity and inclusion strategist position comes in. Finance, fund development and evaluation. Assessment is the reclassification and the addition of 1 assessor. Under IS, adding a project manager. For parks, adding the the parks operator, facilities, the part-time cleaner and the additional cleaning hours. W3, wastewater operator, and the roads operator are in 2023. That said, what did we cut? So we took a look at it and we said, okay, well, are there some positions currently in that are vacant and that we feel would not have a big impact, but they still will have an impact on the services that we provide. It allows us to continue to value the staff who are currently in positions, so that's where we turn to first. So there were the environmental educator positions currently vacant, so that was removed from the budget. 7 of the 27 seasonal parks operators, so we've reduced it from a complement of 27 seasonals to 20. The civil land technician, the asset management coordinator, and the seasonal bylaw officer. So those are currently vacant positions. This also comes up with one of the questions that was asked in regards to the reorganization. There were 2 positions that were eliminated as part of that. There was the deputy CAO and the senior manager of community services. Those positions remain out of this budget. So what are some of the other cuts or changes that senior management made prior to preparing the draft budget for you? Contributions to reserves were reduced. So many reserve contributions were reduced. One of the ones in particular I wanted to bring to your attention was the infrastructure gap. We held that at the 2020 level of contribution, and then rather than $600,000 a year increase, we reduced it to a $300,000 a year increase starting in 2022. Draws from reserves have increased. The community partner requests have been reduced. Last year, council directed that we increased the Fortis franchise fees. We did not do that. So that reduces the franchise fees revenue. And that speaks to our recognition of the economic reality and what the impact would be to families. There is no step increase in 2021. There's no COLA for all management and non-union staff in 2021. So there was one question that arose, and I'm actually going to throw a question back. So Councillor Reid, you had asked about our revenues down in the original question, 35.2 million, yet our expenses have increased. Looking at page 12, when I look at page 12, I actually have our non-tax revenue up by 545,000. And I agree with the expenses of 1.482. So I was seeking clarity as to where you had got the 35 million figure from.
He was comparing last year's projected budget to this year's.
Okay.
terms of revenue.
So taking a look at the 2020 budget document?
Yeah,
Okay. I'll look into that and get an answer back to you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden has a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, I just wanted to clarify the changes in staff numbers. So 11 positions were kind of reduced in the COVID world. Then in last year's budget process, we'd actually removed an economic development officer. Then in the restructuring, the deputy CAO was removed and the community services manager. So by my count, that's we're operating with 14 fewer positions serving our municipality at this point. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, sorry, and just to clarify the question that you'd just asked Councillor Reid, what you're stating though is that at this point, the revenue is looking to be $573,000 more than last year.
Yeah, 545,000, but remember, the non-tax revenue also includes draws from reserve. So we've actually increased our draws from reserve, so it's not a continuing source of revenue that you're seeing in 21.
Okay, but in this year, this COVID world, we didn't see a decrease in revenue. Using that, we've been able to our revenue's actually increased about $500,000.
Yes, a large majority of that is draws from reserve.
Okay, if we didn't draw from reserves, where would we be at?
We're down. How much are we down? Well, it depends on the department. So the ranch house, for example, all of the events, especially the wedding events that were to happen in 2020, they've now rescheduled for 2021. So their revenue is up. However, our planning and development revenue is significantly down, probably around to the tune of about $200,000, but Mr. Weldon might be able to give you more answers when we get to that department. So there's ups and downs.
Okay.
I'd say overall,
Yeah.
revenue is down.
Okay, and so by the end of the budget process, can we get that number of what revenue is projected to be down? I
Mhm.
understand that we're using reserves to offset, and
Yep.
thankfully we have a very healthy reserve strategy in place that's allowing us to do that. But yeah, if I could just get that number, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the context
Yep.
of our financial reality.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. What about our community partners? Oh, sorry, Councillor Reid?
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place to bring it up. I'm just wondering what your take is on the debt that we're carrying.
We'll get into that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, community partners. So there are 4 of them, and this is different than the events that we support or the other organizations. These are the ones that are more considered our partners. So the first one is Spray Lakes Family Sports Center. So the 21 request, capital and operating together, was $2.84 million. What's in your budget book is $2 million. The request in 22 and 23 was 2.89. What's in your book is 2.2 and 2.42 million. So that's taking a base of 2 million and adding 10% in 22 and 23. For the library, the ask was 955,000 and change. And you can see that the budget number was 708,970 compared to 729 and $1,027,027, and the budget includes 751. For Cochrane Tourism, their ask was $100,000 in each of the years. In 21, that's 86,800 in the budget, 63,654, and 65,564. When we get to the individual departments, which Community Partners is one of them, we will get into the details of what we were thinking when we came up with these numbers, as well as there's some differences in what the handy bus had requested. So 228 compared to a budget of 232. Then a request of 263 compared to 239, 299 compared to 246 in the budget. So what are some of the impacts? The full impacts will not be known really until we live it. However, it makes sense, as we experienced this summer, that our parks maintenance will be reduced. Can't do the same thing that 27 people can do with 20 people. There will be no focused asset management program. Does that mean we're not doing asset management? No, it does not. What it means is we'll continue to do it the way in which we have been doing it, which is each manager who has assets will be managing their assets. Councillor Flowers, did you have a question that you'd like me to stop?
Just curious why Seniors on the Bow isn't on the partner list.
It's not listed separately and hasn't been. The funding is inside, I believe, the planning and development budget? In the FCSS budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So there's some capital projects and fleet additions that senior leadership has reduced and delayed, and I talked about that a little bit earlier, and we'll get into that in more detail tomorrow when we talk about capital. We have, as a result, reduced our financial flexibility to fund future projects because we have decreased reserve contributions and we've increased reserve draws. That means we're a little less flexible financially than we were before. We've delayed and eliminated positions. What that does is it increases the workload for existing staff unless we make changes to all of the things that we would like to accomplish. The director level implementation has been delayed. That increases the general manager workload. And of the proposed tax increases in 2022, 2.7% relates to SLS FSC and 2.9 in 2023. So, look at that. There he is in person.
Who's giving the next update, please?
I don't know. Before I turn it over to Mr. Hyman to get into more details on the staffing stuff, was there any more information sort of on that introduction to the operating stuff?
I didn't recognize Drew without a mask on.
Oh, I could draw one in. All right.
Looks like Councillor Reed's got one.
Yeah, just quickly, Catherine, on page 12, the operating summary. So the differences between last year and this year, for example, in the corporate services and the infrastructure operating services, they're almost doubled in some cases. Is that because of the restructuring?
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
why, if you look in the 21 through 23 budget book, it's been restated so that those departments are moved underneath the divisions that we spoke about.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Just wanted to be clear of that.
Yeah, that's why.
Councillor McFadden, you have a question?
Yes, for clarity on the community partners, the Spray Lakes, their request, that's for operations, not capital?
No,
Or
it's
is it
both
combined?
together.
It's combined?
Yeah. Yeah, so when we get there, one of the, sort of the orientation that senior leadership took was no different than the library or another one of our partners. They ask for a lump dollar figure, and then it's up to their board to decide how they're planning to use that funding. So we kind of took the same approach with Spray Lakes. Rather than worrying about how much was operating and how much was capital, we felt that the decision really is, what is the level of funding that the town will be providing them, and then leaving it to their board to decide how to best to spend that funding.
Okay, and then, so for the other community partners, are those all straight operational asks, or do they also have a blend of operation and capital?
That's just their ask. How they spend it, I'm not clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, here he comes again.
I think that's the same tie even, Drew. I know what I'm getting you for Christmas now.
So just before CO Hyman begins, I would just like to remind council to be aware of when you start to tread into some of where these discussions may go, that there is the opportunity to go in camera. And we will also try to keep an eye on that if we think that we're treading close to that line.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just going to ask, staffing. Okay, the antenna's up. We'll watch for the spidey sense to tingle.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, here to just provide some of the information about staffing. Picking up on Ms. Vankine-Pima's presentation, I'm going to get into some of the details and hopefully answer some of the questions that you've provided in terms of the costs associated with some of the different decisions that SLT made. So obviously a very challenging year from a staffing perspective. You know, there is a recognized need within our organization to maintain service levels and respond to growth, that we do need new positions. The initial draft budget, as Catherine had indicated, there were 22 new positions and 5 positions to be reclassified. Reclassification, just for your benefit, is when people are reaching certain milestones and are moving into more senior positions. And there were 2 positions that requested an increase of hours. SLT understood that 2021 was not the year for new positions. So we did really make the difficult decision to have no new positions or reclassifications supported in the 2021 budget. So understanding there is a need, I trust you also appreciate that we felt that this was a difficult but an important decision to make. So what are some of the implications of the other decisions that we made? So with no step increases for all staff, that's approximately $290,000 in savings. So step increases historically are provided to staff to go through their various grid. But again, the decision was made that This was not the year for it, so that resulted in $290,000 of savings for this year's budget. There's no COLA increases for all non-union staff, managers, and SLT, which is an additional $242,000 in savings. I would like to point out that SLT has not received COLA. This will be the third year for 2021, and then the managers, this will be the second year. So certainly that has impacts, but I'm also appreciative of the impacts that COVID has had on our community. There's a 2% COLA increase that was previously negotiated in the collective bargaining agreements for both the IAFF and Teamsters. So the approximate cost of that to the organization and within this budget is $151,000. Some of the emerging issues that come as a result of these decisions is there is a disparity between unionized and non-unionized staff. So that's something that we took into consideration, but given that we had agreements in place with the IFF agreement does end, Councillor Nagel had asked about the opportunity to renegotiate those. The IAFF is complete at the end of 2021, and the Teamsters collective bargaining is finished at the end of 2022. So as we had these agreements, we decided not to, the 2% was included in that. We felt that it wasn't appropriate to necessarily go because the costs of may be more substantial than the cost of paying that, and we do have an agreement in place. Some of the other implications that and issues that emerge is there is a compression of salaries in the for the management grid. So what that means is we have a number of staff where our managers have not been receiving the COLA increases as well as STEP, and what is happening is that there has been over the last few years a compression of the salaries where we have staff who are approaching the same salary as a management, and that creates problems as well. Just something for council to be aware of. And then we're also scheduled in 2021 to do a compensation review. So there's going to be further correction that's going to be required. We already know that we're behind the market, but we just wanted to bring that to your attention as something. We understood what the issues going into a very challenging budget would be, and we did not want to be before you requesting step increases and COLA in a year when there's challenges for residents within our community. So I see that there's a question. I'd be happy to stop for a moment.
Just a question of clarification. So the unionized staff, are they, in addition to the COLA, getting a step increase as well?
No, through the chair to Councillor Reid, no, they will not be getting a step increase. So no staff will be getting a step increase within the organization.
Okay, just want to be clear. Thanks.
So it was only the 2% COLA that was previously negotiated.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, just further to that, while we're on it anyways, the union, was there, or what are the thoughts of administration about asking the union to consider the effects of COVID? I'm not suggesting we negotiate or renegotiate a contract that's already in place. You've already highlighted that the potential, cost to doing so maybe outweigh the gains. But has there been a request to either one of the unions to consider it?
No, we have not proceeded with a request, understanding that we had previously negotiated this within an agreement, so felt that that was appropriate to honor those.
Yeah, okay. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I'm appreciating the numbers and the comparisons, and one of the slides you showed earlier was kind of the costs to provide services kind of per resident based on a population or household, I think it was. Do we have, I think we gave it up a couple years ago, but do we have a current population estimate of, how many residents we actually are serving nowadays?
We could get that for you shortly, Councillor McFadden. I know that Safety Codes does an update and they have an estimate that it would be included, so I think we could find that very shortly for you. I just don't have it with me up here.
That'd be great, thank you.
Councillor Padeco?
I'm kind of curious too, to the mayor's comment about approaching the unions, and I know that they would obviously probably have to hold a vote on their own, right? So, I mean, nothing might be guaranteed anyways, but rather than going through and renegotiating contracts, maybe it is something to approach and ask if they'd just be willing to stand by their other fellow employees in that regard, if it goes through. When it comes to the compression of salaries for the management grid, is that because, you know, going back in budget, there was one point we were just withholding step for managers to move up, and so everybody else has kind of been able to move up along the way?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So as you may appreciate, when you have a manager who is essentially making the same as the people working for that person, that creates issues in itself. And so just something we wanted to bring to your attention, because that is one of the things that has happened over the last few years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I will continue. So staff benefits, you would note, and I believe in one of the questions that there was from Councillor Reid, there was a reference to in a number of sections about staff benefits. So the 2021 budget included a correction to the 2020 budget where total staff benefits were not accurately captured. Okay, this is a bit of a timing issue. The budget approval for 2020 was completed in December of 2019, and the updated health premiums were subsequently received in January of 2020. So there was a cost associated with that. However, there's other cost-saving efficiencies that were determined through 2020 if we look at our benefits, including LAPP, EI, health and dental. As you can probably appreciate, a lot of people weren't using their benefits as they had previously used in previous years, as many people were working from home. But the net impact on the proposed budget is approximately $400,000. SLT has included this in the proposed budget. We feel this correction will help ensure that all our staff do have their, that their benefits remain in place for 2021. Councillor Reid.
So thanks for that and referencing that. So does that account for why the per capita cost between last year's budget and this year's budget by department is so out? Like some of the numbers are really like varied quite a bit.
That's part of it, but another part of it is, again, you have different, you've compressed the departments into one less division, so you're not really comparing apples to apples.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Just a question. Where would be the appropriate time to have a conversation about benefits?
Mr. Mayor, I think we could probably have a discussion now, or certainly at a later date. We could put it in the parking lot, and as something that you wish to revisit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine if it's in the parking lot, but I would like to talk about that number.
Okay, so what's council's wish at this time? Do you want to put it into the parking lot, or?
Parking lot? Parking lot.
Okay.
Yep.
There is one more slide in this presentation, so thank you, Kristen. Council remuneration is also included in the budget. So it does include the increase as per the remuneration policy. So it's approximately $27,832 for 2021. And administration would recommend that council cut the proposed increase to ensure consistency with the approach taken for the rest of the organization. So again, we are all in this together, and that's would be our recommendation at this point. So.
But you had to include it in the budget because that's the policy of council at this time.
That is correct.
Okay. But your recommendation is we cut it.
It is. We there are going to have to be some cuts. So again, that would be one of them that we would recommend.
Yeah, I'd like to see that on the parking lot. Councillor Wilson?
I wanted to clarify if that proposed increase would have been from a task force, wasn't it? The remuneration? Okay.
Correct.
And that's where that came from. Okay. I'm glad we brought that up. That was something on my agenda, and I would likely be in favor of it and think we should parking lot it as well. Thank you.
Okay. Kristen has that in the parking lot. So that does conclude my presentation on staffing. If there's any questions, obviously happy to answer them. But really the emphasis of my presentation was that I think the SLT team understood the financial reality that our community and residents are facing. We did have to make some tough decisions, but as I've indicated before, we were facing some unprecedented times, so time to make some unprecedented decisions, and we are making them in the best interest to get to a tax rate that we feel is appropriate.
Okay, I'm just pausing here because I'm wondering when we can have that discussion about, it's a delicate one, core services, needs to have, wants, and like to have.
I would recommend that if that is a discussion the council wants to have, that we do go in camera to have that.
And now would be the right time to do that, or would you like to, sorry, Catherine, go ahead. Maybe you can
Yeah,
help.
so there's a couple of choices. So the next item on the agenda would be to start moving into each department. So I don't know whether you would like to understand each department first and then go into a discussion of the core services and the impacts of that, or if you would like to have that discussion first, which would then help your review of the individual departments.
Personally, I think if we had the discussion first, then when we got to those departments, then we don't have to stop and go in camera every time, potentially.
Yeah, well, I was thinking you could go through all the departments to understand them first and get your non-staffing questions out of the way. And then you could go, once you sort of go into your deliberations
Okay.
of things you're thinking.
Yep.
But alternatively, if you think it would be better to understand that part of it first, that would be either or.
I think I'm okay personally with how you've laid it out. So we'll just keep on going unless anyone else has a... Okay. Thank you. So for those following along at home, we're on page 12, I think, we're just starting into. Yep. Jaylene, do we know how many? 5 people. And they may not be at home, they might actually be upstairs. Oh, the 3 of you guys. So there's 2 people watching. Wow. Yeah?
No, we're picking up speed now. Watch us go. All right, so the plan of attack was to now open up the books and, as Mayor Janung had said, start looking at page 12 as sort of the summary, but the idea was to now move into each department. And sorry, Mayor Janung, to put you on the spot, but I was wondering if this might be a discussion that you might want to lead by going department to department to see if there are any questions of clarification or things to add to the parking lot for this area.
So instead of going through section by section, just...
Well,
who has
no, but I thought
questions?
you could start out and take a look at council, which is the first
Okay.
one, and then, but there is one question regarding the council budget that Councillor Flowers had put out, and I have the answer for. Councillor Flowers wanted to look at council expenses, where it's at trending for 2020, because you hadn't been able to do a lot of things. So right now, we're projecting that council expenses will be $60,000 under budget in 2020. So now you don't have to listen to me anymore. You can,
Okay, so we're
Will
on the
that
council.
work for you?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
okay, thank you.
Starting with council.
Yeah.
The only thing I had here was freeze our salary, but I think it's in the parking lot. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that was the last question I think we just had, which was the 29,000 increase from 2020 to 21. Is that reflected in the I can't say this word, remuneration task force? I'm sorry. Is that encapsulated in that change? It looks, just eyeballing it, that is the full increase? Is that?
Catherine, the $27,832, that's what the difference is between 2020 and 2021 in council?
Yeah, so it's a combination. I mean, a little bit of is the benefit costs, because council has benefits as well. But it also is reflective of the increase in council remuneration.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to clarify that that's correct. So we just finished talking about that, and I guess I'll wait to hear what others think, but I agreed with the administrative recommended action.
Okay, and it's on the board in red. I don't know if red is higher priority than green or blue, or if it's just random colors, but it's looking good. Councillor Nagel?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the recommendation to freeze council salaries. I'm also wondering with the materials, goods, and supplies, is that all stuff that goes towards like our trade show booths and things like that?
There are a number of initiatives, and I didn't prepare this budget, so I'm kind of, oh, thank you, Ms. Lowe.
I can help some of that. So, yeah, it includes all of those types of things. It includes all the public relations, so those events and high school awards, Remembrance Day, that type of thing. Also is reflective of the fact that there is an increase in costs for materials and supplies in an election year. And council's orientation is also included in that budget.
So I was gonna ask, would it be possible to freeze that all the way across? Because we're not doing as many trade shows and stuff, but you're saying it's not just our PR stuff?
The majority of it would be the expenses related to council orientation and supplies and materials for a new council.
Fair enough. Okay, thanks.
Nice try. Good question, though. Anything else on the council area? Okay. Doesn't mean we can't come back to it, but we're moving along. Page 14, Office of the CAO. Anyone? Councillor Reid?
I have a question on 15, but it might have to do with the organizational realignment of eliminating the executive leadership team. So the materials, goods, and supplies has doubled over last year. Is that because of the amalgamation of all of those positions? I don't know who that's to.
So where are you?
I'm on page 15.
Yeah?
Under materials, goods, and supplies, there's $63,000. That's twice of what it was last year.
And then it drops to 43
Yeah.
budgeted for next year, right?
Yeah.
Correct. It is budgeted for 43 for 2021. So again, going back into the reason for the increase in 2020, to be honest, I can't specifically comment, Councillor Reid, on that reason for the increase, but we did look at addressing that through this
Okay, yeah, it's not a
budget.
hill to die on, just curious. Thank you.
Councillor Padeco?
I just wanted to clarify, is this the only person that we're talking about here under the budget of salaries and benefits of 478 is just the CAO?
No.
No, that is not it.
Okay, so who else is included in that?
So that includes well, can I just name people? Or, so, no, don't just name the position. So it's our advocacy specialist. It also includes the CAO and the admin events coordinator and council liaison. Excuse me, I'm trying to quickly think of all the positions. So it's
Perfect.
those three people.
I think that's, maybe going even forward in budget, that is a kind of a valuable thing, because when media reads a report like this, I'm sure that they probably look and they say, wow, I know that there's one person sitting in the CAO position, and this is the office of the CAO. And so just to re-clarify that, maybe it'd be great to break it down and actually say there are 3 different people. It doesn't matter their titles, I don't care, but it just helps to kind of divide up that number a little bit, I think, publicly.
And for council's benefit, I think there's a number of different departments that are similar in that. I know infrastructure and operations in Mr. Khan's area, you'll see that as well. So that is not just an individual's salary, so.
I would suggest that's a theme that I read throughout, that I think we could have a bit more detail in, and again, not names, but maybe number of employees, titles, just another layer of detail that would help us to, and the public, see what we're spending money on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, transparency is key for us as well, so.
Well, I think just from year to year, we get used to things. I mean, this year we've had a bit of a change, so I think that's what's triggering some of the questions, but I think it's good good for us to remind ourselves that not everybody understands everything that we're dealing with as maybe closely as we do. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, for clarity in the, so with the restructuring and the CAO transition process, where are we seeing in the budget, in the 22 budget reporting?
In the 2022?
In the 2020 budget reporting? So like, I'm just wondering if part of that is that, you know, budget 2020 in the office of the CAO says 845,000. If part of that restructuring and the CAO hire, all that, if that's that 800. I'm just trying to see where those expenses were applied to. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'd like to make one correction, though. The figure where it's $843 or $45,000 should actually read $656,000, because there was, when the system, our new system was pulling the information, if you refer to the 2020 budget, I know Councillor Reid, for one, is someone who's doing that. So I just want to make sure that it's clear to council that it is not $845,000 that was in the budget last year for the Office of CAO. I think that's a little bit misleading. It was for the salaries and benefits, which included the DCAO, it's $667,041. So apologize for that. However, the system, our new software system, did pull in an additional number that got us to the 845, so apologies.
Yeah, and I mean, and obviously the key number actually is moving ahead, right?
Yes.
So, you know, 478.
Yes, well, but just for
Incremental.
transparency's sake, I wanted to
Yeah.
get ahead of that, and
No, thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good to go to page 16. HR. Councillor Reid?
So just looking at the 2019 cost for materials, goods, and supplies to the 2021, it goes from $172,690 to 222. Just wondering why, like, that seems like there was a substantial increase. Was that just a contract? That's not contracts. No, contracts is something separate. Just wondering what that is, why there's such a dramatic increase.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
The problem with comparing 2019 to 2021 is that there's a bunch of stuff that happened in 2020 that's captured on the difference between the 2019 number, comparing it to the 2020. And so until we go back and take another look at the 2020 budget and discussion and explanations, we wouldn't really be able to provide that information. It's probably better if we perhaps focused on looking at 2020 compared to 2021.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank
But
you.
if that's a question, perhaps Councillor Reid, I could do some research for you and provide you that information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, they actually compared the year last year's 2020 budget to the actual. It actually it's gone down, so I'll leave that alone.
You found a savings. Okay, so everybody's clear, 2019 and 2020 are not apples to apples, that's what you're saying.
correct. I think Councillor Reid has pointed out something, and I just wanted to help clarify, and Ms. Thibodeau has, we've just discussed that. So one of the things was there's additional revenue, or excuse me, money that the council put towards leadership and development into the budget in 2020. And that money is actually being utilized for the staff development and culture position, or staff leadership and culture position now.
Yeah.
So.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, so looking page 16, the Office of the CAO, HR, the numbers look good to me. I just wanted some clarity. Looking ahead for 2022, there's a request for the Labor Relations Business Partner. Is that in that timeline because we've got renegotiations coming up? Okay. That's the clarity I was looking for on that one. Thank you.
Okay, corporate services? Okay, I flipped by it. Counselor Flowers, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, under the corporate services assessment and taxation, why it jumped up. It looks like quite a jump, 50,000.
Where are you? Sorry?
Under expenses, on page 17.
Oh, I flipped up ahead. So under expenses, which line item, sorry?
Assessment
Oh,
and
assessment?
taxation,
Why it's jumped up from 2020 to 2021?
correct.
And if you guys need more time to find that, we can just park that question and come back to it
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I'm just reading on page 20, what we have in here to remind myself. One of them is the benefit calculation. That's the difference. We go from 606 to 625. We actually have a reduction in contracted services. Then the other thing is materials, goods, and supplies. And I can dig into that number and get you an answer on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Oh, I have the answer, sorry.
Oh, even better.
Look at that, just read a little further down. So one of the things we have right now, and this has been sitting in the finance department, is using a postage machine as well as a folding machine. And what we have found that it takes a lot of staff time as well as materials, goods, and supplies. That was all showing up in the finance department. But what we have found now, it's actually cheaper for us to contract out printing. So for example, assessment notices and tax notices, it's much cheaper for us to send an electronic file over to a company that specializes in that, and then they go ahead and they print, fold, stuff, and mail assessment notices and tax notices for us. So what you'll find is that there's an increased cost, which we've now allocated to the assessment and taxation department, but we are saving postage envelopes as well as staff time.
One of those organizational efficiencies found.
Correct, but it looks funny when you're just looking at the numbers.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Susan? Yeah, okay. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, actually, I had the exact same question. So the answers are amazing. My language is even the same. Why the jump? Thanks, Susan.
Councillor Padeco?
Yeah, my question was under the communications as well. What are we doing differently that's like a $200,000 increase in communications from 2021 to 2022?
There is a new initiative that started a little bit this year, but we're planning to do it more next year, and that is to do more sort of town talks where we do video taping, or pardon my
Taping?
age.
We should burn a CD while you're
Yeah,
at it.
exactly. We'll just go get an 8-track and stick that in the player. We're going to be preparing videos that speaks a little bit more to help educate the community on the services that we provide and how we go about doing things. And that is an enhancement to what we're doing now, and so the budget for that has increased.
And is that looking at, contracting out people to bring that in, or is it done in-house?
No, so it's a little bit of hiring a contractor to shoot some video, but then it would be our communications team to edit and pull that together into the story.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Are we on, excuse me, are we on page 19, or did I?
We're on the Office of the CAO, which includes, sorry, we're on corporate services.
Oh, I'm sorry, my question isn't until 19, page 19, pardon me.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I'm good?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 19, assessment and taxation, from budget 2020 to plan 2023, there's a large jump in salaries and benefits, 24%. And I don't see the addition of another position. I'm just wondering why such a large jump?
Yeah, there are. Earlier, we had said what was in. So for 22 and 23, we have some reclassifications of assessors, so ones that become accredited, as well as the addition of a couple of assessors. And I don't know if council recalls when Ms. Butts had come and given the presentation on the assessment team, how she talked about the number of parcels per assessor.
Yeah.
And historically, we've had troubles hiring assessors. So her plan has been to bring in the junior ones, train them up, and help get them educated to a point where they can be accredited. And then once they get their accreditation, moving them into that recognition, and then trying to bring on more assessors as we have growth. So that's why you're seeing the jump in those costs.
So
Thank- Yep.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add in, and then that also takes into effect, of course, COLA when it's restored and step increases as well.
Correct, and that's the same for every department.
Thank you. Okay.
So there are positions being added there, or,
In 22 and
Yeah.
23, yes.
okay, I had the same question. That's a good one. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, I may have jumped ahead. My question was page 22 on the business development side.
Just before you go, does anyone have anything before? Okay, let's just, if we can, let's keep,
I know, I'm so keen.
Councillor Reid?
Councillor McFadden always living outside the box.
Cubicle.
Yeah, cubicle, the penalty box. So again, I know I'm not supposed to go back and look at 2019, but I did. So in terms of the revenue, it was 305, 2020, 270, dropped 240. I mean, like, that's alarming, right, in terms of that drop in revenue.
What page are you on, Councillor Reid?
Page 19,
So revenue drops from,
270 to 240, but prior to that, it was actually 305.
Yeah, and that's because growth has slowed. So we, in the assessment and taxation department, a fair amount of their revenue comes from supplementary assessment tax.
Right.
And that is tax on buildings that were completed during the year. And as we
okay.
don't have the growth, we don't have buildings being completed, never mind started, therefore their revenue is down.
Yeah, my question was just that, is this a reflection of growth? And
That's
so
correct.
that it is, yeah, okay, thank you.
okay, Councillor Fideko, are you ahead of 22?
No.
No?
I have a question also with this department. Is some of the revenue probably remains, I imagine, a bit unknown right now, depending on whether or not, how many people are paying taxes, how many people are being penalized. I know that there was also that deferral that happened from till September. But would revenue be affected with COVID deferral stuff going on?
So not in this department.
Okay.
Where you're seeing the impact of that, you know, how when we didn't collect utility penalties for a number of months, we also didn't collect a July penalty, we just collected an October penalty. You'll see that reflected in the general revenue section,
Okay.
because that's where we put our penalty revenue normally.
Perfect, thank you.
Anything else on 19? 20, assessment taxation. Corporate services, 21. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I was looking at the salaries and benefits line 2020 to 2023, and we have a 36% jump over the 3 years with a manager position added. I was just wondering if this is the appropriate time to talk about the need for the management position and what it entails.
Yeah, I can certainly give you information on that. So the communications department is a department, and it is actually the only department in town that does not have a manager. So right now, that is led, just has a supervisor as well as 2 support staff in that area, although they all do much the same work. And then they report directly to me as the general manager. The other thing is in council's priorities, one of the priorities is public engagement. We've also seen an increase in communications because of COVID. All of that has just been added on to that existing staff. And what we're finding, and I think perhaps Mayor Janung, you've mentioned in the past to me, they don't really have capacity to be more strategic. The complement of staff right now is quite focused on our regular communications and some of the promotions we're trying to do and get information out. But if we're trying to move to a more strategic or to increase or do a better, or do public engagement differently, then that would fall onto this department. And usually the person who's more of a strategist tends to be a manager. Hence the recommendation that we add a manager of communications. That was also in the revised organization chart from January.
Thank you.
Did we put that in the parking lot? I can't read it, that's all. I'm just asking if we did put the communication manager over there. No? Okay. Does that answer everything, Councillor Wilson? Okay. Anything else on 21? Going. 22? Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the, I think Councillor Nagel said it correct, perhaps the only thing more important than traffic right now is getting our economic development up and going. And I think council may have made a mistake last year in cutting that economic development position. This piece is calling for that other economic development position to be added in 2023. And I just wonder if there's any appetite to advance that so that we would actually have the resources to focus on our economic development and on that recovery. It's certainly been highlighted that, Mike's been working really hard. He's had more items added to his plate. And I just wonder if we could add that to the parking lot to see if we can advance that. I think the need might be higher than we've identified.
Yeah, I don't think we need to debate the adding to the parking lot. We just add it and then debate later. Yeah. Okay, so business development officer, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else on 22? Yeah. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Again, salaries and benefits were, in business development, we see a 32% increase with the addition of the business development officer. I was just hoping to get a little more clarity on what that position would entail, what their role would be.
So there's a couple of things. One, with the opening of the Transit Hub and Innovation Center, so this is the department that would be tasked with operating that innovation center, as well as developing the programming, and we're anticipating delivering at least some of it, as well as there's other initiatives that are coming out of the Economic Recovery Task Force that falls into this department. And so for all of those reasons, it's felt that another economic development officer would be needed.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Federico, are you good? Okay. 23. Councillor McFadden, sorry.
That's all right. Again, I wanted to see if we can talk about it later, adding the fund development evaluation position to the corporate services group. If you've got somebody in that position and they're able to find the grants, they might be offsetting their salary by finding those grants. Being in the fund development world, I know how difficult it is to do that type of work off the side of your desk. So I think I'd like to have a chat to see if it might be an actual asset to bring that forward.
All right. I had the same position listed.
I can provide a little bit more information on that if you'd care.
Sure.
This originally was proposed out of the FCSS team. The reason being is that right now the staff, they have a lot of different grants that they go out to try and find, and then they have to manage and then report on. So what's happening, the staff is trying to deliver the program while they're trying to find money to deliver the next program and report on the grant money they got. And so they were asking for assistance to help them deal with that aspect of things, and maybe, as you had said, Councillor McFadden, perhaps find other grant opportunities, which then when it came to the senior leadership team, we talked about that, and that's more of a finance aspect of things. And so we felt it probably was a better fit if it came in under the finance department, who reports on all the other grants that we have. Although we don't have anyone in the finance team able to go out and look for grants, they're simply a reporting facility.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. So in this one, I think we just answered my one question, which was what would the new position entail, which, thank you. Apparently, there's no asset management coordinator position now planned, and I think we've answered my next question previously, which is that each department manager would be responsible for maintaining and developing their own asset management within their portfolio. That's the plan going forward? And that I think I've already had that answered, but I just want to
Yeah,
confirm.
so I think the vision originally was it makes sense with an asset management program to do it from a holistic view. So it's not to say that we aren't managing our assets. What we are doing is each manager is managing it within their own portfolio. And so there isn't one centralized place where we're taking all of the information and then being strategic by taking that information and thinking about how we're going to manage it across the organization. It also feeds into a big part of what finance team's work is, which is reporting, trying to figure out what assets were added, what assets were sold, and keeping track of all of that. So that asset management coordinator would have done that. So right now, it's just sort of done by individual departments, by individual managers, and not in a holistic manner.
Thank you. My only other thought on this page is I see a 14% increase in salaries and benefits over the 3 years here, but we're also adding a position, which seems like when we include COLA and STEP into that, that's a very reasonable increase, actually. Have we found, is there some reason why it's so low compared to other salaries and benefits increases I see over 3 years? With the position being added as well? I just don't understand how we achieved that.
It depends on the level that the positions are at. The finance department is predominantly, has clerical positions, and one of the challenges that it has been experiencing is there is not positions in between a clerical and the manager, which would do the more higher level things. So those are things that the manager and I share responsibility for. So I think that's why you're finding perhaps your change is different, because the compensation level of someone at a clerical position is smaller dollar-wise than it is for a higher level technical position.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 23, flipping to 24. Corporate Services, Information Services. Councillor Reid.
I'm just, again, looking back to 2019, but, so we increased this departmental budget by 403,000 then, and we're another $500,000 then, the following year. So I know that there've been some challenges in this area, but it's a $900,000 increase in 2 years.
So your question is why the increase?
I think I know why, but I would like to know categorically why.
So what two numbers are you looking at? Sorry, Councillor Reid?
So I'm just comparing the 2019 to the 2020, 20, and 2021. And so it's, over that period of time, there's been a $900,000+ increase in this budget.
So in the overall, like revenue versus expenses, this number?
Expenses, sorry.
Just expenses?
Yep.
So in 2020, we added a network security administrator position. So that was the jump that you saw in salaries, wages, and benefits from 2019 through to 2020.
Right.
And then 2020 to 2021 is no additional positions. It's the correction of the benefit calculation that we had the information on later. When you come to the other line items, when you're looking at contracted and general supplies, that's all our software licensing. So as we're bringing on software that we're using to gain efficiencies, there's licensing costs that come with that. But the other change that happened between 2019 and 2020 is my fault. And that was, we were spending a bunch of time charging out software licensing costs to all the different departments. So we were spending days trying to figure out what department should be charged how much for which license. And I thought that that was a futile effort. So in the 2020 budget, I said all software licensing should be accounted for in the IS budget.
Okay.
And that's why you saw a large jump there between 19 and 20.
Okay. Thank you, that was helpful.
Councillor Wilson?
Sorry to be redundant, if it's okay with the group, I'm trying to, with each new proposed position, I'm just wanting to hear more about what's involved and why we figure it's required, is why I keep bringing in. So there's another position here, proposed new project manager position for information services, and I was just hoping to hear more about it.
Yeah, so right now, we have 4 positions in the manager, and we have a population of almost 30,000. We have staff of 240 and change, and many different systems. What we're finding right now, and I actually have a contractor in who's helping us out until we can recruit a new IS manager, and he's going to be bringing a report that I will share with council as to what is the capacity or lack thereof of our information services team. So the reason why we're proposing positions there is the current staff doesn't have capacity to support the existing things that we have. Then on top of that, there's a number of projects that happen. So when a department implements a software solution, that's an information services project. When we have to change out servers and laptops and things like that, that's an information services project. So what's happening is the manager is being pulled into doing those projects along with their team. And so that's why we're finding it's a capacity challenge, because IS isn't just maintaining what we have. There's a number of projects that they also have to take on.
Okay, thank you. And did I hear in there it'll allow us to use consulting or some of the services we're currently contracting out would come
Yes.
in-house?
Well, so right now I have a contractor in because we took away the manager, and so until we can recruit a new one. But one of the things I've tasked this consultant with doing is to take a look at our systems and what they're seeing and make recommendations, so that when we have the replacement manager come in, they're starting with sort of a written report of an independent party who's taken a look and seen sort of where the gaps are or where the priority should be. So I'm really actually looking forward to that report, because it will, then we would no longer have to anecdotally say, oh, well, you know, they've got a lot of work. This way we have had someone else take a look at it and can tell us what is on deck and where the priorities lie and where the risks are.
Thank you.
Councillor Padeco?
I'm on the next page. I think I'm on 26, kind of 27, and I just have a couple questions. When it kind of comes to that culture and art piece, I want to make sure that we're being very cognizant of some of our private businesses that offer a duplicate of services here, and then all of a sudden we're offering free online classes, whatever that might look like. I think we need to be very careful to not be competing with our business community, who is desperately trying to stay afloat right now, and then we're kind of undermining them or undercutting them by offering free stuff. Is the clubhouse open yet, or when is that anticipated to reopen?
So right now the clubhouse is not open to rent to the public. The reason being is that we're not able to clean it appropriately between groups. It's also a small space, which causes a challenge for physical distancing requirements. So what we've done, we are utilizing it for our community culture art sessions, for that person to be working out of the clubhouse and to be delivering those programs from the clubhouse. So right now we don't have a firm date that the clubhouse will be available for rent to the public.
Yeah, I would maybe like to talk about this probably a little bit further, so maybe parking lot that. And then I do have another question about the alcohol sales revenue. Did it ever come into effect, because I think we had talked about it last budget, that weddings or events could actually bring in their own alcohol?
That's
and
a big part.
Is that also impacting that number there?
Big time, yeah.
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 But obviously that drives down the cost, or maybe it's more enticing for people to have events here, obviously, because that cost is a little bit lower, I assume?
Yeah, so it's a combination. So there was changes because of COVID, because we couldn't have, come stand in line at the bar and get a drink. It had to be table service. So then there was a people weren't purchasing alcohol to the same level. And then the changes, they can now bring their own alcohol to the event.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, could I get, I just want to get some clarity and some understanding around page 25, the general revenue and corporate services, if that's an acceptable spot of where we're at. So if you can just help me understand, So materials, goods and supplies, 355, that's organizational wide. And then the other expenditures, and just help me ensure that I'm understanding this correctly. The idea is that we're going to transfer $1.3 million to essentially the infrastructure gap.
Correct.
Okay, is that 1.3 million, is that dedicated to capital projects?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what I needed clarity on. And then the idea is that that would be, okay, so 2021, we're looking at 1.3 million. Then the next year would incrementally go up another 100,000. And then the following year, another 300,000. So what's the tax rate, what percentage of a tax rate is, what's a 1% tax rate worth in the Cochrane context nowadays?
$288,000.
288,000. Thank you very much.
And just to clarify, not all of the amount in 2021 is the contribution to the infrastructure gap. 1.124 is, and the 200,000 is, and I'll look that up and get you that answer.
Thank you.
Okay, 26. Councillor Reid?
Councillor Wilson's probably tuckered out, so I'll ask his question. Just want to know about the salary and benefit increases between 2020 and 2023. What is, that's just not cost of living and performance steps, is it?
You're on page 26, Ranch House Community Events and Culture.
Yep, salaries and benefits.
I'd have
You're
to
on.
look into that as well. My understanding was it was just that, because there is no new positions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wilson, following up with the,
Following up, but not salaries and benefits this time. I was wondering if anybody had the numbers offhand here for 2019. I was just curious for sales and user fees for 2019. Maybe Councillor Reid has them handy right there. And then also, what was the cost per capita? I just wanted to, for historical context. Or not per capita, I'm sorry, just net cost is all I was looking for, pardon me. Sorry.
51856. What was the second question?
What the net cost came out to in 2019?
Net cost, 429,012.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking through obviously 2020 is going to be an incredible anomaly for a place where you're expecting sales and user fee revenues to come in. And so I was just looking for a bit of historical context. As I look through this, our budget right now doesn't have sales and user fees going up by a large margin, 2021, 22, 23. So I would suggest that perhaps we're even looking at conservative figures here, which I love because we can beat those, I think. But I just wanted to point that out, that as we look at it, hopefully the future's brighter even than what we see as we look at these numbers. Thank you, that's all.
just if I may, following up to that exact question, I had one around the budget of sales and user fees for 1.19. Is that taking into account the likely reality of COVID and its impact on our revenues? And I'm not sure where that, well, I know where it comes from, but is that being too optimistic? I guess I'm challenging that conservative view.
So that's based on the bookings that we have right now for 2021.
So if there's an impact with COVID, that would likely get,
So you asked earlier about the MOST grant. That's stuff that the MOST grant covers off, is the decrease in that revenue. That's why we went ahead with what bookings do we have and what's the revenue associated with those bookings.
okay, all right. Councillor McFadden.
Actually, thank you very much. That was my question, is whether that revenue was a little bit too optimistic, so I'm glad to hear it's not.
And to
Okay.
answer your questions on salaries, wages, and benefits, the change from 879 and change to 903 and change is due to the change in the cost of benefits, and it's not step COLA additional staff.
That's that 399 dispersed out.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, 26 is gone. 27? 28, Development and Community Services.
It's probably better to move on to page 29.
Yep.
Because 28's the summary.
Just seeing if anyone had a question on the summary. Thank you. No, no one does. 29. Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, and this question's more of a strategic one. In looking at this, is this budget going to support the programming structure that we actually need in this, COVID world? Family and, FCSS, it's catching a lot of gaps right now. People are stressed out more than ever before. I know there's been a lot of adjustments made, but, are we confident we're going to be providing necessary programs with this budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor McFadden, yeah, I think we are confident, given the budget that we have. FCSS specifically is primarily grant funded from the province. It is supplemented by the town due to the budget cuts that have happened this year. That will continue into next year as well. FCSS has done a great deal of adjusting to ensure that the programs that we're providing do support the community. But there was a great deal of cuts and cuts to the programs that were provided last year as well.
So like some of the programs I heard were being cut, and to see if they've got, as the home visitation program, I think might be out. And also, I think I saw it highlighted on social media the other day, kind of the kids couch surfing program to make sure that, those kids that are homeless, is there a program to support them that this is supporting or no?
Specifically for the youth homeless, is that the question? I'll need to check into that, but my understanding is that that is a gap in our community currently.
Yeah, because I think I saw it, I think it was a Facebook Rave or something, but somebody had managed to provide some sort of a gift or outreach to 22 homeless kids. And I was like, that's great that you could help them, but 22 homeless kids in Cochrane, that's terrible. And that's just the ones we could help. So in our municipality at this point, I don't know what the numbers are, but if we have 22 homeless kids, it's a terrible truth. So, I mean, Councillor Flowers, this is a lifelong passion of yours. I'd just like to, the budget's where we can make the rubber hit the road. Are there real gaps that we need to find a way to fund? So more of a general question. We can circle back to it later. But, I do have some concerns with the provincial change, downloading of services, whether things are just going to be missed entirely.
Okay.
Councillor Badeko?
I can maybe kind of comment to that. I think that it would be maybe beneficial to look at a year from now because you're right, there have been provincial cuts and obviously changes have happened. But I do understand from talking to Ms. Krawick that they were confident and quite optimistic that they're gonna come out all right. But you have to remember they've had to do a whole restructure, a reorg of their whole entire area. I think now, rather than giving them money and giving them people, might not necessarily be helpful until they kind of have some time to be able to kind of see on their own where the gaps are actually, where the gaps lie and what they're missing out on. But I don't think they've had that full opportunity yet to really totally understand if they aren't hitting those specific areas. So it might be something to come back and talk about maybe in next year's budget and look at whether or not they need some additional help that we just don't know about yet. But I think it might be too early yet. They're just coming out of the fog themselves down there, so.
Okay, thanks for that update. Councillor Flowers?
It has been a huge year for cuts in FCSS through children's services mainly. So far, the FCSS dollars haven't been cut through the province, and I hope it stays that way. But the youth homeless funding was 100% funded and cut. So I know that they're depending on their internal workings and the other Calgary services to fill the gaps, but it's not ideal for Cochrane people. So hopefully they can find something new somewhere along the way to fill that gap. I'm looking forward to hearing the results of the housing needs assessment that should be coming forward to us in the near future.
Okay, I had a couple of comments just here. I don't want to belabor the MDP. I do see it as a big line item in the action plan, and the sustainability plan is in the action plan. One of the questions I have is around the planning intern position, or planner one. Given the fact that we're in a land use bylaw review, and I understand, I'm not trying to put names, associate names with any of the positions, but if we were to move ahead with this budget, does that, I'm worried that there's a gap in the intellectual property that we have gained in current staff that could drop off with this budget, and I'm just would like to put on the parking lot the planner one position.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. With the staffing requests not moving forward this year, one of which was the planner one. That does mean that that position that is currently being filled will not proceed into 2021. So that will mean we also did not follow through or implement the planning intern that was budgeted in 2020. So that did not proceed as well. So that does mean that there will be a gap in our staffing, reduced from 9 to 8 currently. Yeah.
Okay, and I think we can debate all that further later, but it's on the parking lot. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Anything else on page 29? 30. FCSS, kind of touched on it a bit. Affordable housing, 31. FCSS again on 32. Support programs. 33 is Development and Community Services, FCSS Family Support Program. 34, under the G, 34. Man, when can we get back to playing bingo again? I haven't played bingo in like 50 years, so. Question, okay.
Last year, we obviously brought forward to make, I guess, grant positions and town employees equal. If everybody remembers that discussion, where do we find that number, I guess, within here? Because obviously that number would carry forward, right? So I can't even remember what we approved last year now.
So what's your question specifically again?
Remember with FCSS, we had made their pay equitable across the
Oh,
board,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So obviously that number would carry forward year after year. Where is that number maybe reflected in FCSS, like in these different departments?
If I have to guess, I think it's probably throughout a few
Throughout
departments.
everything?
It's, yes, it is. I can get that detail specifically for positions if you'd like, which ones are actually grant funded.
Yeah, sure, that would be great. I mean, obviously, it was a good move to do it back then, but yeah, I'm just kind of curious as to what that number actually looks like as it's gone forward now.
Sure.
And it's being carried forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Flowers?
If there's no staff increases this year, the number should be the same. If they're,
That is
Yeah, I
correct.
think the
Yeah.
question is just how much that grant, what was the
was
change, and then,
60-some thousand, if I remember right.
Yeah, but obviously it will go ahead, increase
Right. Right.
not
Just
this year though.
Just
not
not,
2021.
Not this year, yeah.
Yeah, it would be
Exactly, yeah.
2022.
Okay, everybody's clear on that one? 35, neighborhood and community development. Thirty-six, seniors support. Okay. Civil Land Development on 37. Counselor Flowers.
Just go back to the seniors. So I guess the seniors on the bow is paid through materials, goods, and services, is that correct?
Pardon me, the facility, is that the, yes, correct.
It's kind of misleading the way it's worded. Could we add a line about rental of seniors on the bow?
Moving forward, yes.
We could add that as a line to, in the budget variance highlights, but
Yeah.
for consistency across the board, we categorize things using the same categories, but we certainly can add a note to provide
Okay.
that clarity.
Thank you.
Okay. Just maybe while we're here, I had a question about, I saw a note, I can't remember what area it was in, but it's around the accounting for internal use of town facilities, and that we're not accounting for the cost of that anymore. Am I wrong in that assumption, or am I correct and I read that somewhere in this book? And it seems to me it's a shift from what we've done in the past to account for that, and I just wonder why we changed, if that's actually true.
Yeah, so for some of them, there is. So for example, we do charge the library for the costs of operating
Yeah.
town facilities. But it wasn't consistent across the board. And so when we were just basically making a journal entry with an arbitrary number, I've chosen to stop doing that because it really wasn't reflective of what the real, if you want to put in overhead costs for things, we certainly can do that. But my recommendation was then you should do it across the board so that you get the real picture across the board. So if you're not going to do that, and it's just sort of an internal shuffling of dollars, that I didn't feel that there was, it didn't justify the work to do so.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning the practice. I thought it was an interesting way of actually accounting for interdepartmental, uses of facilities. And that's why it was tracked. But if we're not doing anything with the number, then I agree it's useless. But then do we actually account for the cost of our own, where is that picked up then? That would be overhead.
It's overhead, so it's in human resources and finance and communications and CAO's office and council and all of the departments that don't directly provide a particular service, like perhaps
Yeah.
the water department. But there are a number of departments that those other departments couldn't provide their services unless we existed. So those are overhead costs. And we weren't doing that work consistently across the board, charging different departments. The only departments that we do charge for the use of our facilities is our rate-supported departments, which is our utility departments, so that we do have a cost for the rates departments that they then pay that amount,
Yeah.
which makes sense, then it's transferred to the tax-supported departments.
So then, if I use the Ranch House as an example, council wants to book the theater for a Facebook Live, or we're, maybe not in this year, bad example, but maybe we're taking revenue away from another outside source. So where is that accounted in?
It's
say-
not.
Yeah, okay. I'm just, my head's in the cloud about
Yeah.
it a little bit, it's just.
But then the question becomes, could they have rented that space? Maybe.
Yeah.
So do you keep track of it if somebody else asked for that date and we had to turn them away, but if nobody else asked for the date, then you don't?
Yeah, I don't want to get into but that is the example that I,
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
okay. Yeah, moving on. I don't know what page that was on, but we're going to find it. Counselor Padeco?
I have a quick question. The seniors on the bow, with their lease expiring and it's currently being under review, does that amount of money that obviously the town pays to rent that space, does that count it as revenue for Spray Lake Sawmills Family Sports Center?
Yeah.
Okay, and do we know how many seniors are utilizing it, especially with COVID, right? Because I imagine most of their stuff has probably gone online into the virtual world, so do we have any idea?
Currently, I don't have the exact numbers. They are utilizing it. The numbers are down. They're not at their full complement, so to speak, but it is being utilized currently. Yeah.
And who makes the decision, I guess, on the lease? Is it the town that decides that we're going to continue to utilize that space, or are we, and if it is, are we looking at other options that they could maybe operate? Obviously, if there's a reduction in seniors going, could they be in a smaller space or in a different space? You know, something like along that line?
Sure. I don't believe we are looking at another space. We are looking exclusively at Spray Lakes Center. It has been their home, I believe, for, I'm not sure how many years, but for the
10?
Yeah, at least, yeah. And I think it suits all of their needs. Now, it's not something, this is a renewal year. It isn't something that we looked elsewhere because of those reasons. Yeah.
And do we know how much that lease, like how much we paid to utilize that space? Or could you get me that
The
information?
lease, yeah, I can get you those numbers, yeah. It would be the 2020 rate, though.
Yeah,
okay,
that's fine.
yeah.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, the Tri-Site Implementation Plan had that seniors on the boat facility potentially relocating to the Fifth Avenue site. So that is one, like, it's not a secret that they're not entirely pleased with that situation. I think, I'm not speaking on behalf of the seniors, but I've been there quite a few times having coffee with them. I think they said they had almost 300 members at one point prior to COVID. I just got a message from them that they want to start to continue the coffee chats, whether it's virtual or not, with them being in the facility. And then there's the capital cost of relocating them if they were to look somewhere else. And I'm not advocating for status quo, just providing you background.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there isn't a different option, right? Depending on how many, you know, how many people are utilizing the programs, what that looks like, maybe, you know, with businesses closing or other vacancies and other lease options. I mean, I would hate to shut the door and just say, well, we're just going to take that space because we've done it for 10 years, right? So if this is going to be the time to kind of look and maybe research some of that, I'd be curious to see, you know, what that amount is and if there is a different option, whether or not they might like it or not. I mean, that's something for further discussion.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Councillor Flowers?
I just wanted to add that we paid a lot for renovations to make the space the way they wanted it, the kitchen in particular, and pre-COVID, they didn't find they had enough room. Right now, I think they find they do have enough room because the numbers are down, but hopefully that's not forever. So I think the space is more than adequate for them right at the moment, especially now that they have the new elevator and the paved parking lot and the Colt bus to get them up there, that things are much better.
Okay, that's seniors, 36, 37, civil land development. Okay,
Mayor and Janelle?
oh, yep,
We do have the number for the rental for the space that we pay to Spray Lakes. So year 5, which would be the year that we're in, the monthly payment is just over $9,000.
9,
Correct.
okay. Yeah,
is that status quo? Like, has that been the same for the last 5 years or?
There was an incremental increase to the amount per square foot over the duration of the lease agreement.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Thanks for that update. On the fly. 37, moving on. 38. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask on a couple points at the, in the budget variance highlights. For salaries and benefits, I noticed we have a 16% increase between 2020 and 2023 for this department, and we're bringing 2 new positions on, one halfway through 2022, the senior planner one, and then 2023, I believe, for the equity and inclusion strategist. I was hoping to hear more about the equity inclusion strategist position and what that entails.
Sure, yeah, the Equity and Inclusion Strategist is to support our Equity and Inclusion Committee. This is a committee that has been around since 2016. It was established to support the town of Cochrane's social social policy that was adopted in our social plan. Since that time, it's consisted of a chair and a number of volunteers from the different departments and sections across the town. This work, they've done an incredible amount of work, but it has also put a huge strain on the chair of that group. The town supports that position in a 0.2 capacity, so one day a week capacity, to fulfill all of the policy requirements for the social policy, but all of the goals and the objectives for the Equity and Inclusion Committee as well. This is a tremendous amount of work, and so we had seen that this is an absolute need for the town moving forward, and we saw that it to put it forward in 2023 just to provide that support for that group. What else?
And then
Some of the things that that position would do would be focus on strategy and policy, system and process improvements, leverage funding access and grants, stakeholder engagement, awareness and education, both internally and externally, research and evaluation, and accountability.
Okay, thank you. As I already put a different manager on the spot here earlier when I said we're only seeing a 16% increase over the 3 years in salaries and benefits, and yet we're adding 2 new positions, so that actually comparatively is entirely reasonable. I was just wondering how we're achieving that with 2 new positions and only that modest increase. Or maybe there's an item I'm not seeing to Mr. Weldon, maybe there's another item that I'm not seeing of why that increase is so reasonable. But.
Right, yeah. So the intern position, which we're not moving forward with, is subsidized, but that subsidy is not moving forward past 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a decrease in costs and then an increase in costs.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. I had a question on the intern position. Just if it's subsidized, why would we discontinue it? Or is the subsidy not carrying on from the province?
It's not a full subsidy.
Yeah, it's not a full subsidy. It's about a 60-40 split, and it changes from one year to the next, where it almost flips from the province providing about 60% in the first year, and the town contributes 40 in that year, and then in the second year it's a 40% provincial contribution, and the town makes up the 60%. We decided to not move forward with that early this year. It was one of the cuts that we proceeded with in 2020 in response to COVID. And by doing so, that did not carry forward then into 2021. The program still remains. I am not sure if it is going to be proceeding into 2021, if that opportunity will be there next year, but it might be.
I guess I don't understand why would we leave money on the table from the province? Even if it's 40% of a staff position, then my question would be, is the intern position maybe not what we need? And you're suggesting it's the planner 1 position.
That is correct. One of the reasons and the strategy that the planning team had put in place was utilizing that program, developing the intern who is right out of school,
Yep.
Allowing them to gain that experience, and having them transition into our planner 1 position and become an asset to the town. So that is the reasoning behind that. It actually takes a considerable amount of time in the internship program. It's a wonderful program. It's been fantastic. From an experience and training perspective for the town. And it is truly an investment, and it does pay dividends down the road, as we've seen, actually.
Yeah,
So,
and I 100% agree.
Yeah.
And then I question why we'd leave a gap and have all that investment leave us and then bring on the planner one. So it's on the parking lot. We don't need to debate it
Okay.
right now. I just, you've just proven my thought process. Thank you. Any other questions on planning services? No? All right. 39, safety codes. Transit. I was waiting for a couple lights to come on here. Councillor Reid?
So the good news is that the projected loss for this year is actually less than what was projected. So that even with COVID, that's a good news story. So that loss this year is 629,000. But next year's loss is 718, and is that because you're anticipating that COVID to continue or ridership to be down?
So the increasing cost of transit is what you're looking at?
Well, actually, it's a decrease in revenue. It's
Oh,
the
okay.
question.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I see.
So the decrease in revenue you see between 2020 and 2021 is that in 2020, we pulled $146,000 out of reserves, and we're not pulling that amount out of reserves in 2021.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Walden.
no, thank
So
you. Yeah.
So it's costing the taxpayers $718,000 for next year in terms of transit. Okay.
Okay, that's your question.
Yep, thank you, sorry.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I think that just answered one of mine, and that's that as we see net cost of operations increase 18% over the 3 years, the most dramatic part of that appears to be that we pulled money out of reserves for 2020. We're not doing that for the final 3 years. Is that, if I'm reading that right?
That's
Makes a
correct.
difference. Thank you. Okay. And so my only other question was about the transfers to organizations line item. I didn't understand what that entailed. I was hoping to
Yeah,
clarify.
that is exclusively for the Rocky View Handy Bus.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been at it for a solid 2 hours. I would suggest, oh, sorry, I didn't see your,
Still blinking.
all I see is reflections over there. Go ahead, Councillor Padeco, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would actually like to have an update just about ridership. Also, as a person who sits on the Rocky View's Handy Bus Board, I know that they said that they haven't really had an overall update. Are we duplicating services? Could some services be reduced? And also, I know initially that there were some bugs that had to be worked out, people stating that, they would try to get a ride and they can never get a ride, but I have heard that same argument now, again, that people are finding that, they try to access the app and they can't seem to get a bus, but yet the buses drive by and there's nobody on them. So what is the communication and what are we doing alongside Southland? Because I realize that they're the ones operating the service, but what are our checks and balances to making sure that this is running effectively? I mean, I still believe that the on-demand system is good, but if it's not running properly, then we need to address those issues and not just, I don't believe, throw more money at something that people get frustrated with, right? So we haven't had an update for a long time, so I'd like to see those numbers if we could.
Yes, absolutely. I do have some of the ridership numbers here today. If you'd like that now, I can look into some of the app issues as well, specifically with our transit coordinator. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Do you want the ridership numbers?
Why don't you do like a full report maybe
Sure.
later on, and then you'll have all of it, and you don't have to kind of piece it all together?
Sure.
Outside of budget?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I'd want to kind of see what some of those things are, because I think it really, I want to know if it's going to counterbalance or have any impact on the Rocky View Handy Bus, as well as the car program is also associated with this. So we have 3 different programs essentially running, offering not the same service, but similar type of service, but we've never really dug into, you know, do they all 3 need to be in existence
Yeah.
right now?
We talked about it on the onset. Yeah, so maybe tomorrow?
Sure, yeah, and I can give an update on the car program as well, specifically. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Moving on from transit to maybe a 5-minute break? Yeah? Okay, let's take a quick one and then get back, and then we have dinner at 5? Yeah. Break. Is the commercial music at least?
What page are we up to?
We are on page 41.
We only have 100.
Well, okay, we're back from break, pushing on through operations. We're on infrastructure, operational services, page 42. '43 is facilities. Okay, only highlight I had on this one was we have protective services building being built and transit hub facility being built. And I don't want to get into the debate here, but I just have I believe, obviously 2 huge projects, as well as the 1A22, which was probably likely coming, or Fifth Avenue to, we're on page 43. I'm just talking about the action plan in regards to infrastructure in facilities. I just want to be certain that we're covering off the project management portion of those facilities in those budgets. And I know it's not really, it may not be an operational cost, but it may be a cost to the overall project that I just want to circle back at some point to make sure that we're covering it.
I can confirm for the new protective services building that the project management costs are covered within that capital project.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm assuming they are. I just want to, it's a different discussion about who's, I just have written down here, who's got it? So we'll circle back. Councillor Federico.
I don't think this is included in part of this discussion, but the protective services building, can you tell me what number it was initially projected to kind of cost versus now over the years? Where did that project start at?
I would say through the chair that at one point it was probably projected at around 14 million, I believe, when I got here in 2011. To date, it has incrementally increased as we realized that we needed a larger land parcel. So the acquisition of more land than was originally contemplated, as well as the scope of the needs have changed as the community's grown. So with 95% growth over those years, you have added resources to the community, included in both municipal enforcement and the RCMP detachment. So currently, with contingency all in, we are projecting 23 million. But again, that is with significant contingencies in the budget at this point. We are at 60% design on that project.
I mean, at some point, does that amount, or can it become capped? I mean, because obviously, you know, if it's, you know, a couple years out, and all of a sudden now it's like 27 million, right? I mean, does it hit a ceiling where we say, hey, you're done?
Yeah, I can assure you that both Mr. Barcy, who is the operational lead, as well as myself, have indicated to the project team that we are already there.
Okay.
So the actual building construction itself is 18.5, and that's where we will land. So we are currently looking at that 60% design and the costing that came in, which is above that, and we are looking at scaling back, both with design features as well as finishings, which is where we can save money at this point.
Gotcha. And construction, or I guess, you know, beginning construction next year is when it's slated to start?
2021 is our target to break ground. We are also faced with the fact that there is increasing costs associated with the industry, steel, all of those things, as we delay and as we are into COVID. But that's all projected in those costings. But we do anticipate breaking ground next year, with move-in being projected as 2023. The RCMP do not allow people in the facility, once it's finished, they have their takeover and transition process that they need to have, and in that space of time, there is no access allowed. So we anticipate that there will be a move in spring 2023.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the info.
Just further to that, the cost is offset with a lease payment from the RCMP.
That's correct. In addition to a one lump payment at the beginning of the lease to cover off their portion of FF&E that is included in our budget, so that's furniture, fixtures, and equipment. There will be a lump sum payment towards that, as well as then a lease payment that will be based on their percentage of use of space, including their contribution to common spaces.
Okay, and I only wanted to stop there because I've been getting some questions in the community about the need for a new protective services building, but it's a RCMP detachment and municipal enforcement building, not a new fire hall.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Anything else on the, sorry, Councillor Reid?
I hate to go back a couple pages, but maybe this is just a parking lot issue. I'm wondering if council would have the appetite of having some discussion about a cap on what the total deficit would be for transit.
Okay, transit deficit in the parking lot?
Yep, the
Okay.
cap.
Councillor Nagel?
I don't know how we would determine that cap or control it, but I think it's certainly a good idea. I think transit systems in other municipalities all around the world can just grow and grow and grow and grow. And yeah, it's a good point.
Okay. It is going up in red, it looks like, so it's high priority. Anything else on transit? I'm just teasing you. Facilities, page 44. Oh, there it is. The interdepartmental lease payment for town-owned office and space. I did not dream it. It's in there. We talked about it. We'll move on. Councillor McFadden, you're on page 45.
No, I need to go back in time a little bit. Can, page 43 on the facilities?
Yep.
Can somebody translate continue implementation of consumption reduction upgrades for me? I don't know what that means.
I believe it's the gas and the energy.
The mayor is correct. It's the gas and energy consumption reduction targets that we have as an organization.
I think we made some great strides in that last year in renegotiating like whatever the lock-in rates that I forget what the name of it was. I remember I had to be on call as we were watching the markets to get it at a lower rate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson, sorry, I'm just fooling around over here. Too much Coke.
We're back, I'm on page 45 if I'm not.
All right, you're moving up.
We're moving up, okay.
Roads.
I just had a question about one of the action plan items, the installation of a diversity crosswalk delayed from 2020. Just hoping for a reminder on, is that already funded or is it part of the budget? Where is it happening? And were there any taxpayer funds involved or how is it funded? Please.
So it was initially to be in the budget last year, but we delayed it, and we are intending to do it in 2021. I don't have the exact budget number in front of me for it.
I believe it was around $15,000.
Correct.
It was budgeted and it's already been financed in last year's or this year's budget,
So,
but not drawn on. Sorry, we're all talking.
That's okay. I'm just making sure that I don't misspeak, so I'm just double checking my memory before I say anything, so bear with me here. I believe the diversity crosswalk is going to be funded from an operating reserve, and it's in the 2021 budget at $20,000.
Sorry, I missed that last part. It was in the 2020 budget, so the previous budget?
Sorry, it was in the 2020 budget. We're not going to be pulling, it was going to be funded from a reserve then, so the money wouldn't be pulled and wouldn't be spent in 2020. So now it's in the 2021 budget at $20,000 and to be funded from reserves.
I'm trying to remember, was this a council debate that, I could have even missed it, so pardon my ignorance. I'm trying to remember when we approved it.
Yeah, there was a presentation made to council and we had a notice of motion, I believe, or a action item came out of it, and to put it in last year's budget.
And final question, I don't recall where it's going. Was it downtown Main Street or?
First and Main Street and Second Avenue?
Right. Okay, thank you.
I'm just going off of memory here. Okay, anything else on that page? No? Okay, Councillor Reid?
I'm just wondering, on page 45, the net cost surplus, why are the years so varied? Is it because of what's happening in the way of grants? But it doesn't look like grants is, oh yeah, the grants do drop off, okay. Is that why it is, Catherine?
So part of the sales and user fees in the roads department, this is where we account for our franchise fees. So the ATCO and the Fortis franchise fees are included. And so it just depends on what the projections we get from those two companies are, and that's what we include in the budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And just for council's benefit, Mr. Khan was, he came to us after the budget was prepared, so a number of us will be answering your questions for this section, but in the future, he'll be eager to answer those questions himself.
He doesn't even have a microphone. Let's try to keep it light. My same comment applied here about the 1A Center Avenue corridor improvements. Who's got this? I know the answer, but it's important that I continue to daylight that one about the project management of those important projects. Roads, 46. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I'm just looking for some clarity. The last note there, at the end of 2022, debt for the 96 Gabion Wall and the 2003 downtown revitalization projects will be repaid. That's clearly good news, but I'm unfamiliar with what the 96 Gabion Wall project was.
I believe that was on 4th Avenue. Going up to the high school?
What, nobody was around in 96?
I was.
Oh, okay, on
That's the stone wall on the right-hand side when you're going up the hill to the tri-school site.
Okay.
And the downtown revite was in 2002 in downtown.
Yeah, I knew that one, but yeah, the Gabion Wall was new. Anyhow, thank you for the clarity.
Okay, 47, roads still, storm sewer. 48 is waste and recycling. Yeah, Councillor McFadden?
Sorry, just some clarity. Page 47, there's a budget for contracted services, includes funds for pond aeration at the Willows in 2021. I mean, that's a recent piece of infrastructure. Do those ponds usually require aeration that quickly in the process?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, that is the pond that we've had a number of issues, and the H2S, the odors going into the gentleman's home, so we're trying to have a proactive solution to this. So again, we're working with Civil Land Development and our other resources to make sure that this isn't something that we're facing in the future, but this is a situation we do have to address.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest too, from the amount of emails I've received from that the amount of times that our fire department have to respond is probably likely saved in the cost of the aeration. I'm guessing, but. Councillor Reid.
So Catherine, just on pages 47, 48, 49, 51, 50 and 51, so those are revenue expenses equaling each other. Is that just an in and out costs and that it happens just to break even that way?
So those are all our utility rate-supported departments.
Right.
So the concept behind that is that they're self-sufficient, so they don't rely on tax dollars. So your revenue must equal your expense. What's adjusted is either the fees that are charged and then the contribution to capital. So that's why those
Okay.
departments are always balanced out to zero, so that we're not supporting tax departments and we're not also calling on taxes to support these departments.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
Again, for clarity, page 49, the expenses reflect significantly higher tipping fees offset by a decrease in capital contributions to reserves. How do we determine what amount of contributions from that area goes to reserves? What's the
We
strategy?
use it as the balancing figure. So when we do studies, and I think that's part of the work that these departments will be doing, is taking a look to see, projecting what the asset, so that would be part of an asset management program, where you would determine what assets that you have, when they need to be replaced, and then from that you would project what your balance in your reserves needs to be, and from that you would project what your fees are. I haven't looked at this in depth, and not to put Mr. Khan in any awkward position, but I'm sure in his experience, he has come across where this is normally how utility departments do it, where they project what their needs are and then figure out what the fee should be. So that's some work that he'll probably be delving into a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, that's, you have historical projections, you take it and assume based on that projection, you budget it. Comes October timeline, you kind of tally that back and adjust your reserves. Then if your assumptions were wrong or there is a change in consumer habits, then you adjust your budgets accordingly.
Okay, I clearly am going to get educated on that one some more, so thank you very much.
Councillor Federico?
Are these numbers reflective as status quo delivery, like talking, weekly pickup? Is there any comparison of whether or not, someone's going to hate me for even
Don't
suggesting
say
this?
it.
But whether or not the whole bi-weekly garbage pickup was anywhere around here, or if there was a cost difference?
I think that's something, if I may.
The mayor's inbox is starting to fire up.
I was briefed, there was a pilot study completed and council did not favor that, so we'll have to check back with the manager if there is any appetite to continue with that.
I think if I could just add to that, there was subsequent reports back to council that said that with the tipping fees and the changes to the recycling and organics, that it didn't make sense to have a bi-weekly pickup. The savings that we would have seen would not have been passed on. So that's kind of where it landed. I think that's what I recall from Fabrizio's last update, but potentially maybe we could get an update tomorrow if that's, but this budget doesn't have any changes to delivery or pickups.
No.
That's your, yeah, okay. Are you good with that?
I'd probably like to hear an update of just, you're right, I do remember that conversation, but whether or not that's still the same information or something's changed.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
I just wanted to add on to Councillor Federico's question there. It was something that was on the top of my mind too, especially as I read through our community resident survey. There's a couple of people that rightly point out this is a big ticket line item, weekly garbage collection, and wouldn't there be financial savings to be realized by making it bi-weekly? And I remember from our discussions that financial savings were not something that was anywhere near large enough for us to consider. We were considering the environmental consequences only and not financial. And so I also recall there being very little financial gains from going to bi-weekly. It was something that was on my mind too.
I would point out that there's an audit being done on the blue bins right now, and that is, yeah, that there's, well, I had a few comments about this through the public about the need for this in a downturn economy. And really what's driving it is the potential savings of not contaminating blue bins is significant. So I know a lot about garbage pickup that I did not know 3 years ago. Thank you, Councillor Fedeko, for reminding me of that. Councillor McFadden?
So, yeah, I was just following up on that conversation, and I think I remember the conversation a little bit differently than Councillor Wilson. I thought the savings were worth it, but that's how those votes go. My question, though, is how long is that contract in place for? Those are multi-year contracts, right?
Contract was just renewed or extended for next 2 years. So the initial contract will be 3 years.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I don't want to touch it because Catherine is using it. The contract was recently extended for 2 years. There was a provision in the existing contract, so, yeah.
Okay, so we're essentially stuck with the contract and the service levels until 2023, essentially?
I will not use the word stuck because I think there's provision in the contract, an escape clause. You can do an RFP and request new proposals. But at this time, because of the COVID, because it was just done before I came in, was decided to use the clause for extension and use that option.
All right. Thank you for that clarity.
Page 50. Water, wastewater, Councillor McFadden?
So, anyhow, yeah, I just have to keep getting things translated for me. I'm unfamiliar with what a unidirectional hydrant flushing program is, or the distribution reservoir failing to identify if there's restrictions and solutions. I'm sure they're really good ideas. I just don't know what they are.
So hydrant flushing is your hydrant, you go and open up valves and flush them. Unidirectional is you have to start from one end and the end goes in one direction, so the debris just move out. It does not go to sideways. So they operate different valves and get the debris out in one direction. That's unidirectional flushing.
And why do we need to do that?
It's a requirement to keep your the distribution pipe compliant to AEP standards and have the debris, because usually with construction, all debris and everything move in. So it's done periodically. It's a maintenance thing that needs to be done.
Okay, yeah, just the first time I've seen that one. And then the distribution reservoir filling project.
I have to check on that to get back to you.
We'll make Drew answer it.
I actually can answer that question. I think that Drew actually went to the and got a tour of the water treatment plant the other day, and we were talking about so they will fill the various reservoirs, and then they'll identify if there's any restrictions or issues with those reservoirs and the various reservoirs around town, and then identify the solutions that are needed. So that is the work that they will be doing.
So it's just a way of understanding what our reservoir capacity is, and if there's shortages, then we can then determine what the strategy is to
Yeah,
deal
it's
with.
general maintenance and
Flow, water flow.
Yeah.
For-
Okay. Good.
Mainly for fire.
yes.
Thank you.
'51, water, wastewater. Okay, 52, parks, open spaces. 53. Councillor Flowers?
I was just curious about the summer students that we've lowered the number on. Will we be losing some grants, summer grants that we would have otherwise been able to tap into?
Pardon me, Councillor Flowers, grants for covering those students or the, I don't believe that we have any grants to cover those positions, but you do bring up a good point that I think council should be aware of, is from a service level perspective. So we did have, normally we would have 27, we would be having 20. That was in Catherine's presentation, so I think that's certainly something that council should consider as well.
So do you anticipate that we'll be lowering the standard of care for the parks due to that?
Well, there will be impact, Councillor Flowers, with having 7 less resources in that department. This past year, they had 15 less resources. But again, this was one of those difficult decisions that SLT had to make in order to get to the budget that we did. So.
Okay, thank you.
So just to review that, you said 15 less due to COVID, and we're budgeting for 7 less. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Federico.
Quick question, the dog waste bags and dispensers, I know obviously these are scattered throughout the community, but at one point I did come forward to, I think I talked to a couple people, but that was a couple years ago, that there were some businesses in town that were looking at sponsoring these, as if they could have their business name on it or whatever. They would look at obviously sponsoring the post, paying for bags. Is that something that we've actually ever looked into? And then offsetting some of those costs so that they aren't coming back on the municipality?
Councillor Federico, I do recall you bringing that forward. I don't know exactly where that went. I can, if you'd give me the opportunity to perhaps put it in the parking lot, I can get an answer for tomorrow. I believe that was something Mr. Murphy was looking into, and I just need to perhaps confirm some of those details without trying to answer it right now.
Sure, and I know the one area in particular was actually the dog parks in our downtown core, right? So they weren't necessarily talking about every community one, but those ones, you know, whether or not that's of benefit, but, you know, if we have a business that's willing, if that's a way that they would like to advertise, I think that, you know, it's just a different way of looking at things and exploring different options that helps save us some cash.
Can I maybe suggest a different plan of attack, that instead of the town looking to fulfill that, and searching for businesses, that maybe we have the business that you're hearing from come to the town with a proposal on what they would do?
They did.
Oh, okay. All right. Then it's working. Thanks for the information. So tomorrow, it's on the parking lot. Okay. We'll see about the dog bags. 53, anyone? 54, Legislative and Protective Services. 55 is the...
Pardon me, Mayor Jung. There was one of the questions from council asking about the proportion of the breakdown that things that are for safety.
Oh, yes.
So there was the question about why there's a difference. I'm not sure what departments were added in the 50%, but I can tell you what departments are added together to get to the 23% that's reflected in the budget. And that is all of the protective and legislative services departments. So that would be fire services, legislative services, municipal enforcement, and RCMP, as well as emergency management.
Okay.
And the general manager of legislative and protective services.
Okay. Whoever, was that you, Councillor Reid, that had that question? Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Flowers on that?
I just recalled being told last year, I believe, that it was over 50% of our budget was safety in the community and all those things that you just mentioned, but I'm wondering if community services was added to it as well.
Yeah, I suspect there might have been some other departments that were added into that total. But for this year, we basically looked at the departments to see what category they would fall under and did it that way.
Thank you.
Ms.
If
Lowe,
I
do you
could
have
just-
a,
I would expect that that was exactly that. That was prior to the reorg where fire was allocated into my portfolio. So it probably captured some of the community services departments as well.
okay, you're good. Councillor Federico?
I have the question regarding the 4 full-time firefighters coming on board, I believe 2023. They're obviously replacing 4 casual positions?
I would like
or-
to clarify that there are not 4 new positions added in this budget. We are looking at the feasibility of whether or not we can staff the 6th position with a full-time complement as opposed to the current casual. It would not remove or eliminate the casual firefighter program. It would just be allocating and using those resources differently, but there are not 4 new positions. So I was going to jump in at the beginning there when it was on the screen, but I thought it's going to come up when we get to the operational. So to clarify, those are not an ad.
That's probably a good thing to actually clarify.
Yeah.
I do have a question, but it would be an in-camera item, so I would park that on
Okay,
this area.
noted. You have your own notes on that? Yeah, okay. Emergency management. Fire. Fire services, 59. I have a whole lot of highlighting on this page, I have to read it. Okay, legislative services. This is, so I have a question on, in regards to, where do we see another, and I don't know the right term for what position exactly would be required, but I know from my point of view, internally, I see us reacting and responding to a great deal of FOIP requests. Every year, they seem to be setting a record over the year previous. The amount of interaction between all of the SDABs, the CPCs, every arm of council, and yet we're continuing to function with the same number of employees. I wonder where and when is the right time to enlarge that complement? And
So
what
there
would the
was-
staff be called,
Yeah.
like the position?
So at this point, there was some discussion, obviously between Ms. Knight and myself over staffing and whether or not there was an opportunity to add. I had provided my managers with very clear direction that these were some pretty tough budget years coming forward, so only to come forward with what was absolutely critically necessary. The team is managing through those increases. There is some assumption that some of the increase to the Freedom of Information request is due to COVID and the amount of time that people are being exposed to information coming out from their local governments. We're seeing an increase in social media involvement and that sort of thing, and we know from our partners in the region that they are also seeing those increases. At this point, we have not scheduled to add a position. There was a reclassification of a position. That speaks to the addition of the responsibility related to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, the decisions coming out of that judicial body, as well as some of the others. That classification obviously has been postponed, given all the decisions that were made in the 2021 budget. So at this point, there is not a position included in the 3-year horizon, but obviously that's something that when we relook at next year when we come forward, it is something that then gets reevaluated annually. But from a forecast perspective, right now, we are not adding to that team in the near future.
And what's the position called again?
It would depend on what position you're specifically asking about. We do have a FOIP coordinator, we have records administrators, and then we have a ledge administrator.
I just see a pile of papers over there, and then there's a team that makes them go away. What-
There absolutely is a significant amount of workload that team is managing. Not to mention they are also responsible for all the records that they pull together for myself when there's legal actions, which we are also seeing that increase a little bit as well. But there were some things that were removed from that department that removed some stuff from the manager, with grants being transitioned back over to financial services as well. So we're going to live 2021 a little bit. We have contracted support for the election, understanding that that team is significantly stretched and it's not something that they can completely perform in-house any longer. So there is a contracted position for a deputy returning officer.
Okay, I just like it on the parking lot, ledge support, whatever that looks like. I just like to circle back to that. Please and thank you. Anyone else? 59, 60, municipal enforcement, 61, ME. Councilor McFadden?
Just get clarification on the implementation of e-ticketing as mandated.
So you will also see a corresponding capital request for this. In 2021, part of the Solicitor General's transition of the peace officer program includes the removal of peace officer level 2s, as well as a requirement by the end of 2021 for those that are exercising their authority under the Traffic Safety Act as provided by the Solicitor General, that those tickets be managed through an e-ticketing system. So it's a technology implementation into the fleet vehicles that are responsible for traffic enforcement. So in order, if we want to continue enforcing traffic infractions, it's a requirement of the Solicitor General.
So then essentially, peace officers that are implementing that, can do it from inside their car? They don't necessarily have to go back to the office?
That would be correct. It would be a electronic system. So there is still an administrative portion involved, as well as that transition of going from a manual system to, right now they fill out a tri-copy ticket. I think it's 3 copies, it might be 4, that goes through a process. This is making that all electronic.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
I know one of them is yellow.
You got some of them?
Just saying.
I haven't.
61, 63 RCMP. Councillor Wilson?
I just wanted to point out that on the salaries and benefits increase from 2020 to 2023 here, we only see a 3% increase in the 3 years, which is almost completely unbelievable and incredible. I was just wondering how we realize that.
There's a combination of impacts in that line item. It's not just member costs, that is also costs of administrative staff from the town. So in 2020, we had the resignation of the coordinator position, which we did not fill with another coordinator, as we saw that as redundant. So that was filled with an administrative clerk, detachment clerk position. And as well, there was to be a 2021 ad of an RCMP member that has been removed from the budget. So you see that incremental cost starting in 2022, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Another organizational efficiency. Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Councillor Federico, RCMP.
So just to clarify, in over 2022 and 2023, we'd actually gain 2 RCMP members if they are voted, obviously, when that budget cycle comes?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Moving into town partners. At 13 minutes before dinner. Anyone on community grants? Councillor Federico?
Yeah, there will be some things that I probably want to discuss in town partners. Spray Lake Sawmills Family Sports Center, if we can put it in the parking lot, that would probably be good.
Yeah, we'll get, that's page 50, 67. I have some questions and comments there too, so. Community grants though, if we just stick there for a minute. Councillor Flowers?
This was a year to keep our grants on this page at status quo, since we're not raising some other things.
Okay, you'd like to see the community grants in the parking lot as a potential for increase?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else on community grants? Or what it includes? Okay. Library? My question on the library is, and you did have your okay, there's the grants. That slide, Catherine, that you had on what we were allocating to versus what was asked, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So significantly less budgeted versus what's requested in all categories. But in regards to the library, is there a cost increase with their, and I'm assuming with the, because they're a unionized staff as well, or most are, maybe I'll stop there. That's correct? Yeah?
Yes, if I recall the presentation from a couple of weeks ago, that was my understanding.
So then there, and we may not be able to answer this question, but I guess the budget ask from them every year that's increasing may be due to a negotiated union contract already. So not on the table for discussion. Yeah, I'm looking at Councillor Flowers as our representative there.
That's correct. Only the senior management is not under the union, but the rest are. So that is something to consider. But I know that they are also looking to increase their programs as time goes on and looking at new programming. So it's a combination, I think.
Yeah, and I'm not looking to change. I was just a question. Okay, anything else on library? Skip page 67. Oh, no. 67, do you want to, Councillor Federico, we have 10 minutes before dinner, but if we want to get some stuff on the table, pardon the pun, before dinner?
Yeah, I would almost like to break this out kind of separate and do a separate vote on Spray Lakes. But I think that's something that we could talk about maybe in camera, perhaps, I don't know. But that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we can break out any part of the budget and vote on it separately. So that's certainly something we can put on the list to discuss later, yeah.
I did want to bring, pardon me, Mayor Janung, I did want to bring to your attention that subsequent to putting the budget together, Mr. Flesky and Ms. Wagner had provided administration with a letter and support saying that the request, their request, and then they took a look at what we've added into the proposed budget, that was not sufficient for their needs, and they're wishing that council would reconsider the amounts that are included in the budget.
Okay, and I got a copy of that, and I think it was in regards to capital.
Yes, and I did have a conversation with them, just as I had mentioned earlier, that the way administration was looking at the budgets was not as this is your operating budget and this is your capital budget and we're holding your capital budget at 300. Rather, we took the approach of this is the pot of funding the town is providing, and then how their board decided to spend those funds would be up to them. Whether council agrees with that approach or not, I'm not sure.
And that's exactly what I wanted to bring up in this part of the debate, so thank you for that. And we can debate the overall number later if that's the parking lot item, but I have a problem with, I do think council should be not just suggesting, but allocating funds to capital on purpose. If we are to lump a sum to any organization, I want to make sure that we're putting money away for replacement of the asset. And that's been a long conversation with the rec facility since I can remember. I sat on that board for 5 years, and it was an ongoing conversation at that time. And that was when things were cost neutral, so to speak, to the town. Things obviously have changed, but I would like to see a flatter transfer to organizations line item where we have 1.7, 1.9, 2.12. I would like to see that increase at the same levels, and I don't know the number off the top of my head, but like 5% per year. I had written in here, 1.75, 1.8 for 2022 and 2023, and move the remainder of that to capital, so that we are seeing a flatter operational transfer and an increase to capital over those 3 years. Whether the overall number, I think we can debate that however we want, but from my point of view, I think we need to ensure that capital is being replaced in that facility. I also think that it's a good idea that we look at our operating agreement and have if there's any surplus in the operational side, that it be transferred to capital. It's a requirement of that operation. And Councillor Reid, maybe you can jump in, but as our representative, but I think any conversations I've had with anybody on the rec board, they seem to be happy with the ability to be able to transfer to capital. So it's kind of a bigger conversation of what we've had in the past when we were talking about security and year-to-year financial confidence. So again, the number, I think we're obviously going to debate that. Councillor McFadden, you have a comment?
Yeah, I certainly agree that if we're going to allocate funds, I'd be much more comfortable if we were actually allocating a set fund towards capital. There's two different discussions going on. One is that it's a municipally owned facility, and it's therefore our responsibility to maintain that facility. So I'd be much more comfortable having a designated amount going to that. This is going to be a file we're going to have to do some work on because the county is also a co-owner, and so we need to work on that agreement so that if they're 50% owners, we should be 50% responsible for the capital maintenance on those facilities. So I can certainly agree with that. I do have a question though, and I know we're working through the operations agreement, but have we received their proposed budget for the next year yet?
I believe so.
Yes, that is the budget that was proposed. So the 2.84 in 2021, 2.89 in 22, and 2.89 in 23.
And then there was a further breakdown of capital that we were looking for as well?
Yeah, there's not a lot more of a breakdown. I can dig into my emails and see what I can find.
Okay. I believe, sorry, go ahead.
It's like, so is, through the agreement, is the organization now providing their detailed budget or just their overall ask?
There was a little bit of a breakdown, but that was what I had said before was the priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. That's the detail that we have.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I have a concern with that. I know in speaking to different community partners throughout the municipality, you know, it's like, hey, would you share your budget with us? And they'd be more than glad to send their detailed budgets to us to review. So I'm struggling with that in that I really do want to see us advance that operational agreement. This is a huge cost increase. I mean, 2 years ago, I think we were providing them $900,000 a year. Last year, we provided them 1.3. Now, the request was, I think, initially 2.8. I think we really need to get a handle on this. And one of my concerns, and I would really ask the group to do it, is to look at their management costs. In the same years that our municipality was tightening up our budgets, and without seeing their budget, I can't confirm it, so I'm just been able to look at the CRA information, that their management costs, their salary costs have gone up. And so, you know, I have some real concerns when, I mean, the town has reduced 14 staff. We're talking about no COLA, no increases. We've been doing that for years to our team. And I'm just asking that all of our partners also get on side with that and make sure that they're showing that in their operational budgets, that they're keeping it as tight as they can. And I'm just having some discomfort with the level of the ask without actually being able to see the details of the budget. So we can talk on this one more. I certainly agree with the overall approach of so much should be for capital. I could definitely support the capital without a problem, but the operational asks for this facility has gone up, you know, dramatically in the last couple of years. So I have big concerns with this one.
Okay, and it's in the parking lot. We'll come back to the overall. Councillor Nagel?
I would also like to see, you know, some more details, particularly regarding cost of living adjustments and stuff like that. The 1.9 total, well, the total amount in this budget for 2020, does that include the one-off stuff that we gave them this summer?
So just the information up here is the 2021. So for 2020, we did provide 1.5 and then 750,000 due to COVID, plus another 165 for capital in 2020. So the 2021 is the ask, and that's them considering the results of their Morrison Hirschfield study, I believe is what they had done. Help, Councilor Reid, thank you. And that was the study to determine the needs of the asset itself.
Yeah, I guess, like, I'm very much in favor of, giving them large amounts to get them through COVID. I'm just not really wondering, I'm just not really understanding why the amount would continue to skyrocket through to 2023. Because wouldn't there be an anticipation of like a tripling of their revenue by 2023?
And I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I don't know if Councillor Reid has a better understanding just for his involvement, or if you would like me to go and approach them and ask for more information.
Yeah, just because my thinking is revenue is like way down right now. Totally understandable as to why everyone knows why, but I just don't understand why that wouldn't be expected to rebound by 2023. So, okay.
I think if I may, that was, when we dug in, I was at that board meeting. Their 2021 budget is based on 60% revenue because of COVID. They carried that same number through to 2022, 2023. That's why I think it's important that we have, if there's a surplus in operating, go to capital. So if those revenues start, and obviously we're going to look at it every year and adjust. So I think I recall them saying, and I don't know off the top of my head, I think we should get those numbers, but I believe that's what they were saying. Yeah. Oh, Ms. Knight, can we just get the microphone for Councillor Nagel on again?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I turned it off preemptively. I thought I was done talking. Well, yeah, so if they're carrying it through at assuming 60% revenue in 2023, I think we should be budgeting to assume 100% of 2019 revenue in 2023. Because the community will have grown, and then COVID should be gone by 2023. So I think it's reasonable to assume that they've got their act together by 2023, and maybe even 80% in 2022.
Yeah, that's why I think the overall number is the number that we should be talking about. Yeah. Councillor Flowers.
Just a couple of points I wanted to make. I too agree that the operating and the capital should be separate. We own the buildings, we need to look after them, and we need to really understand how they're falling apart or what needs to be done. And the other thing I wanted to keep in mind while we're debating this in the future is that we pretty much got rid of our own rec department a couple of years ago, and so they're carrying the load for the community, and we've really downloaded because we're not looking after that. They need to meet all the needs, so just wanted us to keep that in mind.
Okay, good point. Councillor Padeco.
The only other thing I'd like to see is that, other organizations that have come forward asking for money talk about their grants, and I do see the one in here, but I'm just surprised that there's just nothing really predicted for the next few years. So I mean, grants, sponsorships, I believe that was something that they were supposed to be doing all the way around, looking for people to sponsor the curling rink or whatever. I don't know, even though I don't think that ever happened, right? So, where are they at with their sponsorship and grant funding? Because that's a big one, because they are able to obviously.
This grant here is the most fund.
Yeah, I see it's the provincial grant, right?
Yeah.
Right, but it's not one that Spray Lakes got. It's the one that's allocated to the municipality to offset the impacts of COVID. So of the most grant, when we prepared the budget, we offset some of the cost to support the rec center with 200,000 of the most grant and put that into the budget. So it wasn't a grant that they were going out to get.
So I'm curious as to why they have no dollars coming forward to show what they've actually gotten themselves. I mean, from what we understand, they have superstar staff down there. I'm just surprised that there's no number.
Right, but that's not how the budget comes to us from Spray Lakes Rec Center. They may have that in their detailed budget calculations. You know how they've calculated what their anticipated revenue is and what their anticipated expenses, and then the shortfall is what they request from the town. So we don't have a breakdown of what makes up that revenue to that detail. So it very may well include sponsorship dollars as well as other grant funds, but that wouldn't be reflected in the budget you see in our document.
Yeah, I think that's important for us to see on our end. So yeah, maybe it goes back to that whole thing of what they're bringing forward and how much information they're actually sharing with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think if we go back to our strat session, they had a $300,000 to $350,000 line item from grants, and that's where they highlighted that if they were to remain as a non-for-profit, that they were able to get those, whereas the community weren't. So I know it's in there, so I think we need to, maybe that's something we can bring back tomorrow. We can get a detailed cost breakdown of all that stuff. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I'm looking for some clarification. Sorry, this grant, sorry, MOST grant? M-O-S-T?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we've transferred that to them already as part of this, or we're forecasting that we're going to transfer it?
We're not giving them that money. We are budgeting to provide $2 million in funding.
Right,
How we're going to pay for that $2 million?
right.
200,000 is coming from the MOST grant.
Okay,
We have 887,000 coming from draws from our reserves. And then the balance is coming from taxes.
right. So if we were to, it's like $2 million a year is the equivalent, if we were just funding it from a tax increase, no transfers, no grants, that's 10%, right?
It's about
8%?
8 and change percent.
8%, yeah. So, and the only reason I'm bringing that up is because we've been fortunate, I think, in that the Spray Lakes Rec Board has been able to kind of be our default rec facility. We've been able to not pay attention to how much our rec costs are actually being. But this is one of the things I really want us to focus on next year, and hopefully can identify that in our strategic priorities, is we need a rec plan for Cochrane. We need to be determining our service levels. Do we need to change what the focus of the Spray Lakes Rec Center is? Like, should it be a community center versus a rec center? We're already kind of using it as a community center because we're spending, did we say $9,000 a month to allow the seniors to be there, which I think it's a great place for the seniors to be. But if we're going to approach that space from a community space, maybe we can offset that cost to the taxpayers, because right now, kind of paying it both ways. So this is something I think we really need to focus on, is what are the service levels that we want in our community? What does recreation mean to us? And what's the best way to deliver it? I'm not stuck on a model, but I really want us to start having these conversations, because, you know, $2 million, that's a lot of money, without really a lot of, from the taxpayers, from the users, really having a chance to weigh in on it. So that's my approach right now. I know we're going to break this out into it further. So I have a lot of thoughts on that one, as we all know.
Okay, you brought up the MOST grant, so I'm going to ask if that be put on the parking lot, if it's not already. It is? No? And I will reserve my comments about the MOST grant till after dinner. Anybody else have anything on? That'll conclude the town partner section, other than the parking lot items. So we'll take a 30, 45-minute break for dinner.
What do we do after dinner?
After dinner, Catherine, what's the, we'll let you get to your cube.
So that concludes the formal program for today. The next step would be if there's parking lot items you would like to discuss, or how you would like to now take your discussion and deliberations, that's the next step.
Okay. Everybody's good with that? I wouldn't mind having our in-camera after dinner, maybe? Personnel discussion? Yeah. Okay. How long do you guys want to break for? 6? 6 o'clock? Okay.
Just for council's information, updated numbers have come through. Cochrane is at 23 active cases, so we would be back in enhanced status. There were 20 new deaths reported as of today as well. So numbers are trending in the wrong
23
direction. Chief
cases.
Medical Officer is giving an update right now.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if there's additional measures that are being implemented. I'm waiting for that to be updated online, given that we weren't able to track the live.
In other news. Okay, well, break time. Okay, budget is back in session. So what I would suggest we do maybe at this point is go through our parking lot discussions again, and maybe we can say, okay, given all the operating costs that we've just gone through, are those still relevant in the discussion, or is there something that we'd like to debate back and forth that we'd like to see in or out of the budget? Everybody's good with that? Okay, we'll just start on the left. Some of these we're going to come back to tomorrow, right, with an update, potentially, if we haven't already answered the question. The smart traffic management tech, is that one of those? Seemed like a year ago.
So that was early in this, when we were going through council priorities, and we clarified subsequently that that project's not in the budget.
Okay, so yeah, so that was around the council priority, so doesn't really affect the budget as far as 2021, 22, 23.
Correct.
So just park it. It's in the underground parking lot of the parking lot now? Agreed? I'm not hearing anybody speak up for it. Asset management position?
That was
Sorry.
the same.
Councillor Nagel, what? No. Okay, you're good to keep going? Okay, sorry, I thought you were trying to get my attention. Okay, I'll watch for your light. Asset management system?
That was the same situation where
Okay.
we went through priorities. That's not in the budget.
Underground parking? Business development 10-year strategy implementation? Same?
No, there was a question that arose as to how were we going to implement the 10-year business development strategy with the current staffing level.
Okay, so that's over in the red section. We can talk about the staffing, potentially. So we circle back to that one? Yeah? Oh, Councillor Nagel.
My thingy's on.
Okay.
I'm a little bit confused about our process here. When you just like say something and then move along, does that mean we're leaving it in the budget, or are you waiting for us to protest and say, take that
I
out
was
of the
kind of
budget?
waiting for you to say, no, I really want that one, or no, but so far, we haven't talked about anything that changes the budget at all.
Because the first three were never really tangibly in the budget, they were just text.
They're in our strategic priorities, but not budgeted for.
So what point are we on now?
Business development 10-year strategy implementation.
Okay.
Councillor Flowers?
Business development, Mr. Corman came to us with a plan and we approved it, so I'm assuming some of those things are already underway and that it'll just progress as it can. Not just dependent on staff, but planning with the community, with the other businesses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But part of the 10-year strategy ties into the Innovation Center, and that's why Mr. Corman had proposed an economic development officer to be included at some point. So that's why there is that position included in the later years of the budget.
Okay. Well, and we're going to get to the red list where there is a business development officer position up for discussion. Yeah? Okay, going to the green, cost associated to tri-site implementation. Anyone? Councillor Flowers?
I think we need to do something to move that project forward so the Big Hill Lodge can get their feet in the ground, and I don't think the cost would be high, but we have to have some kind of a plan just so that they can move forward.
So, question to administration, what is happening with the tri-site implementation plan as it sits? There was a timeline associated with all of those projects.
So we, of course, we're proceeding with the Transit Hub and Innovation Center. The parking lot has been built, but
Yeah.
I think Councillor Flowers' focus is really on Fifth Avenue. So I think one of the important things that we would need to do, and again, this depends on council's wishes and priorities, would be to do an assessment, like a servicing assessment of that property. Because I think, Councillor Flowers, if I can interpret your desire, is that if, and we had the meeting with the minister this year, if the minister, and there was money available, an opportunity to begin building on that site. It also influences the Horse Creek Sports Park because we indicated the moving of the ball diamonds. They needed to get to another location. So from my assessment, I think that would probably be the best that we could do this year under, we have so many other things that we're working on, but again, that would be for council to consider.
Okay. So that's still on the list for debate then? Councillor Padeco, you have a question about that one?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could maybe even reword it and not call it, if we are going to keep it there, not to call it a tri-site consultation or roundtable, just focus on the senior housing portion of it, because I think that the other parts of that are not, they're just not relevant, and they're nowhere near happening in the next 3, 4, 5 years, maybe even 10, who knows? I think that if we could maybe rename it and just talk specifically about senior housing so that we're not losing that portion of it, because I do think that's important, especially if there is an opportunity to get some provincial money to continue that.
Okay, don't disagree. So asterisk beside seniors housing, but not in the budget for this year.
I would keep it in, but I would signal it under senior housing, not tri-site consult.
Yeah, that is just our strategic priority wording. So I'm just trying to connect the dots to the budget. Yeah.
Keep it in. I think that obviously it's something that we have to think of long-term, and who knows when that project might actually come to be. There's a lot of work there, and we may have to stall it anyways, because I know there's going to be probably infrastructure challenges that we have to address along with it, which might have a hefty cost that we don't know about yet. So I would at least like to evaluate what that looks like.
The only comment I would make as well, and Mr. Weldon and I were talking, we did get a quote in terms of doing a servicing assessment for that site. You do have to look at the, the entire site. You can't just look at the seniors portion, because we need to evaluate that so we have an understanding when future projects come in and what that would be. So the cost for that is in the neighborhood of $100,000. So just to provide some context for council on that.
Okay, Catherine?
And just to take that a little bit further, that is not included in the budget. What is included in the budget is what's listed on page 10, which is the Transit Hub Innovation Center, the at-grade pedestrian crossing to connect downtown and Quarry, and then consulting with user groups and finalize the concept. So just the stuff that's listed on 10, so that analysis and site study is not in the budget.
For 2021, 22, or 23?
Or 3.
Okay. Okay, that's good information. So if you want to see that in 1, 2, or 3, then we need to have that discussion. And it's about 100,000. Okay. So we have one item above ground so far. Separating out ongoing projects. Is that what that says? Oh, no, I'm a cost associated with Tri-Site, and then the one below. Separate. I'm on the far left on the green.
Yeah, that says separated ongoing projects.
Yeah, I'm looking at, but we haven't talked about separate out.
I think you skipped number 5, Mr. Mayor, is what happened. So now
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, separate out ongoing projects.
So if I could help, that was referencing to Councillor Flowers' comment with respect to not having ongoing projects identified within council's strategic priorities and separating those out from the ones that are actually in 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Okay. So a note for ongoing. Okay. Tri-Site, separate out Big Hill Lodge, we just talked about. Sequential development strategy.
There. But the way I would actually approach it is that we would, I would ask that staff still continue through that process, but then when we're doing the strategic plan, update
Okay,
in the spring that we added there.
Yeah.
But I would ask that, since I think it's been highlighted as something that council wants to look at, that process be picked up again.
all right.
Unless I need to notice of motion and make it all formally again. No, we're good?
Old Town Hall site as a priority. I think a few of us put that on there. Councillor Nagel?
I'd say we kick that can down the road if we can.
Well put. Yeah. Anyone else? It's just in our priorities, basically asking administration not to consider it in the next year or so, right? Everybody agrees on that one? Okay. So we'll just change the date to 2022 and consider it next year again. Potentially. Or whenever, you said 2023, that's right. Okay, going up to the middle row now, upgrade asphalt pathway. That was the Mitford Park. So question about that, does that, I think that was mine, so, and I'm not against upgrading pathways or connecting communities at all. It's is that a nice to have in this budget or a need to have? Could we make it one more year? I'm assuming it's coming from reserves, it's in the capital section. Maybe I can save us some time and we can talk about it tomorrow.
Mayor, if you can, we can certainly follow up with Mr. Luft in the morning and have
Okay.
some information on that. So-
Perfect. Yeah.
I can give you some information if you want. If I'm just reading the project sheet, it says it's showing signs of age. The project was endorsed by the Parks and Rec Committee in August of 2019. It looks to upgrade the asphalt pathway running from Mitford Park west to the water plant, north through West Terrace Park. Project scope includes section replacements, section alignments, realignments, section resurfacing. However, the pricing is based on 2018 rates, and the cost is $344,000 funded from grants, which is an allocation of our general grants that we get from the province.
The MSI stuff, okay. So I'm happy to park that to tomorrow's operating if we want to go through those. And then if Mr. Luft has any more to add to that? Councillor McFadden?
We can talk about it tomorrow, I think, because it's grant funded, there's no impact on the taxes. It would be $300,000 in keeping our local economy going, because you're going to hire people to get that work done. And I've seen more people outside on the pathways during COVID than ever before, so pathways are important.
Yeah. Okay, update MDP. Want to relive that conversation again? To me, again, it's something that I think we could ask our staff not to work on for 2021. Councillor Nagel?
I still think the MDP is pretty important, but I think the sustainability plan, while also important, is less important. So, and that was half the cost. I think it was said 200,000 for each. So I think that we could delay 200,000 in spending by not reviewing the sustainability plan.
Okay, and this is, again, these are just our priorities, right? Yeah. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I would really like us to start the MDP. I mean, these are never calendar year-end projects. I think we should start it. It's going to be important in whatever the next council is living. That's going to be an important project to get done. So, and again, to start it has no impact on the tax rate.
Mr. Weldon, did you wish to weigh in?
Yes, I apologize for the noise earlier, everyone.
Didn't even notice a thing from over
Okay,
there.
that's great, thank you.
I'm lying.
Yeah. There is an option for council to consider, and that is with the municipal development plan, and that is something that was discussed earlier, is starting the municipal development plan next year with some engagement, and have the engagement piece be the focus, and then in 2022 actually conducting more of the actual review and rewrite. So we can adjust the draw from the capital, or from the reserves in 2021, and then just adjust it into 2022 as well.
Okay, I'm less worried about the draw from the reserves than I am about the capacity of staff. So that's where my thoughts are coming from this. So again, if the likelihood, in my opinion, is that that's not actually going to happen until later in the year. So it's kind of a moot point, but I appreciate your technical background to that. So anyone else on that one? River Heights Reservoir, that was again the same, for me, that was the same, along the same lines of deferring staff time, but obviously you have it in the budget, so you think you have time for it?
To clarify, if I may, Mayor Janung, River Heights Reservoir was originally in the budget for 2023, but as senior leadership worked through the projects, we've pushed it out into 24, 25. So it's in the 10-year financial plan, but it's not in the 21 to 23 budget.
Ah, okay. Great. That was an easy one. Internal, external communications. I think we can talk about that in the red list, unless anyone wants to talk about that here. See any lights? Horse Creek Sports Park.
I'm comfortable where it is. I think the pivot on that for recreation has to occur in the strat plan, and then we just can't move faster on that because of the work that needs to be done. The planning has to happen first.
Okay. And that's in here. Okay. Onto the red list. I told you these were the most important. I took the liberty in our break to put a little asterisk beside the ones that I thought had direct implications to the budget. I could be wrong. That's most of the list. Ledge support. Again, I didn't mean to put you guys on the spot with that. I just think that I guess it's really a difficult place to put anyone, but asking for a position, I just see that department, just from my perspective, with all the things that are going on, is that not a position that we should be focusing on?
Respectfully, Mayor, I think I would reiterate earlier comments in that there are a lot of departments that are struggling with capacity. I don't think that it's a position that would be something that we'd want you to consider on a one-off. I think as council goes through the rest of the positions that were requested, you should be looking at what's going to deliver on your strategic priorities. The team is managing as it stands right now. We do anticipate that some of the workload may level off with the FOIP requests going into 2022. If that's not the case, it is obviously something that we'd be looking at again when we bring forward staffing requests and budgeting in future budget years.
Okay. I'm just asking. I appreciate the answer. Councillor Reid?
Just a question about clarification. I understand that if it's an FOI request, you're allowed to charge. And the organizations I've been associated with, the legislation says the charge has to be reasonable. We've actually offset our costs for additional staff using that charge. Is that something we could consider?
We have looked at that in a number of years. The application for a FOIP request is not something you can change that fee, but you can charge the hours back to the organization. We do approach most of our FOIP requests from a place of, if it's information we're going to release anyway, then we would just release it and not put them through the formal process, which then negates the ability to charge. But we have begun charging back when it is large volumes of information and a large amount of work. Those are the requests we're seeing right now, are those ones that are taking multiple hours and are thousands of document pages.
Right. So the answer is that you can charge them back for your costs. And the other, I just wanted to comment, I really appreciate your response to the mayor's question. I thought that you did that really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So well that I think we should take it off the list. Does anybody want to leave it on? I don't see everybody really. Kristen, are you able to dry erase it so we don't have to relive that? Thank you. Staff benefits. Can I suggest that we leave staff benefits as a maybe something we leave in the parking lot until after the Capitol tomorrow? Council remuneration, I think I heard from every single person. Oh, there's a few lights on, okay. Councillor Federico?
I say we take it out. I think we need to do the responsible thing here and match everybody else's hard, depressing lifestyle, so I think we take it out and carry on.
Councillor Nagel?
Oh, yeah, I don't see any chance, but definitely gonna not raise our salaries. So freeze for sure.
Okay, Council Freeze. Councillor Wilson?
I had nothing new to add, same thing, not until senior managers are given the same benefit would I want to take it, so, no.
Okay. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I think it just would be, given the economic climate, I think it would be irresponsible and just counterproductive in terms of the message we're sending our community and our staff. So I agree. I think we should cut this.
Councillor Flowers?
I hadn't spoke to it either, but I do agree that we should cut it for sure.
Okay. Agreed. Councillor McFadden, you agree?
Yeah, that one seems so obvious, I didn't think
Yeah.
we needed to comment, but.
I just don't want to leave something that maybe,
I mean, maybe I was just festering over here. I really appreciate you looking out for me. Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be clear, this was looking ahead to the next council, the adjustments for that. And I think anybody who's going to look at coming in for this role, just going to be aware that that's what it's at. And, you know, it's a tough role. And you really do this role out of public service, not out of any hope of getting rich quick.
all right. See, and you almost left that unsaid. Okay, Councillor, I 100% agree. Communication manager, everybody's looking at me. This is, this one I would like to see us fund. Obviously, I'm willing to, I think, park it for later in the greater conversation if everyone agrees, but if no one else sees the benefit of that, I could argue about it some more. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I'm curious about this position, and I'm initially supportive of it. I'm just trying to get an idea, what is a manager's salary range?
Be looking at a 133 for this role.
With benefits?
Yes.
Okay, 133? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nagel?
My understanding of this position is it's somebody to help with like news releases and political messaging and that type of thing.
I sure hope not.
So what exactly, what was the purpose of this role then?
For me, it is, and I would obviously leave the role, the job description up to administration, but, maybe there's likely one that exists already. If there is, I have not seen it, but my interpretation of what this position would bring to the organization is a greater focus on communication. My view is that we have been doing things, and again, this is no slight on what we're doing currently. However, I think that we've been leading with projects, leading with initiatives, and following with communication. I think we should be leading with communication and following with projects. That the amount of communication that we can do, it doesn't matter how great any one of us do, or how great any of our administration and managers and boots on the ground do, if we're not communicating it properly, it falls. And I think that we're constantly tripping on ourselves in the community, trying to communicate what we're doing and how well we're doing it in a lot of fashions, or in some places where we could improve. But I think that line of communication needs to be better than what it's been, and I think that we need to pivot our organization to be up to speed with social media. I think our community, our organization has grown past the point of a weekly newspaper, which we still have 2 of, I'm well aware, but the news is out there in social media sooner than that we can respond to it in many times. And then I feel like we're always on the defense. I would like to have a strategy on how we implement projects from start to finish, and the communication strategy should be aligned with that. How we're going to put a sign on the side of the road. What is the messaging on the side of the road? What is our target audience? What are our target medias? That's the type of thing that I would like to see in that role, and I think that position needs to be linked with council, not doing council's wishes, but following what council's dialogue is so that we can be politically savvy, so that we don't release something potentially that is counteractive or counterintuitive to what the direction of council and administration is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really support it, to be honest. You gave a very good explanation, but I feel like our communications department already does so much, but also like the mayor's office, your Facebook page is already doing so much too. Like we just had this huge presentation that was like pumped throughout the whole community, and like as you see your fireside chats all over the place. So I feel like this is something we could probably not do. But I think we're already doing a great job of communicating, you especially, and like the whole town. But
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
I think most of what you just said, in fact, all of what you just said, it's really important, and it would be very useful. I'm just not comfortable signing off on it in this economic climate, so I would be against this.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor McFadden?
But I think the team has been knocking it out of the park, so I don't think we really need to bring on a manager to take it up another level. And this is, if we're doing the priorities of our core needs versus our wants, this isn't on a core need list for me. So I'm okay delaying this for a couple of years, or at least this year.
Councillor Videko, you had your finger on the button. I was waiting for it.
I would have to agree. I don't know if it's necessarily a top priority for this year, though I do definitely see the value, obviously, and even I think having somebody that our communications department actually is reporting to, right? I think that, and developing that strategy, I think that is important. I just don't see it probably taking priority this year, but that kind of leads me into the next position, which is the development officer, the business development officer, and I do think that this one has value. I think that, you know, it goes hand in hand, obviously, with the business strategy, but also we've talked a lot about trying to develop a better tax split here in Cochrane, and we have to do that by attracting business. And we need to work hard on how we're going to bring people to our town to set up business, to open business, and it can't be done kind of off the side of somebody's plate who also has like 4 other jobs and other roles that they need to also get done. So I would like to see that one perhaps stay in. I don't know what a cost is associated for that position, but if I'm talking needs versus wants, this is probably more of a need than it is a want, because I think that developing business is key as we go forward.
So we can just back up to the communication manager. Did you have a comment?
I did. I think we did identify the need several times since we've been on council, but it sort of got waylaid and brushed off. And so what year were you thinking of implementing it?
21.
Because we've already determined there's no new positions, haven't we, for 2021?
Well, we're talking about adding potential positions. So you're against the...
For this year, I would say the following year.
Yeah, it's in 23, I believe, right now, yeah. Okay, so that one can come off, I guess. It's at least 4, I think is what I heard. No sense belaboring it. Thank you, Kristen. Business Development Officer, you spoke.
I get to wait in?
Business Development Officer?
Yeah, I would I would support the business development officer. We've identified that economic development is key. I think we are understaffed in this area. So I would support bringing this one in, and a planner. That would be it for me in support of anything new. So I really feel we need a planner one, and I really feel that we need a business development officer. The rest, I'd really like to have, and if suddenly we have a lot of growth after Christmas, maybe we could look at it again.
Councillor Reid?
What the dollar value is for that type of position.
With benefits, about 100.
Okay, thank you.
If I recall, that was roughly what we cut from the budget last year. Yeah. Anyone else on business development officer? Councillor Wilson?
Just to save the redundancy, because I weighed in on the last one too, this sounds potentially important, not a must-have, and any of the new positions I would be voting against for the economic climate this year, and I might feel differently if I'm sitting in the seat next year, but I'll be voting against each and every one of them. So I don't have to ring in every time we go.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Wilson's against all of the rest of them. Anyone else? To me, that is one that I would leave there until we get to the overall. From my perspective, that maybe we circle back when we understand where we're landing. Anyone else? Councillor Nagel?
I suppose I would probably be the same boat as you, leave it, just because the spirit of it, I 100% agree. This is like something we need to be doing. I just worry that there may not be tangible results. Like, will this person bring even one new business to Cochrane in 1 year? And I don't know. Haven't been convinced, I suppose. Hope to be convinced. But.
Maybe further to that, what, if that position were funded in 2021, what would the expected outcomes be? I mean, you have it in 2022?
2023.
2023, and that, the thinking behind that was because the Innovation Center would be starting next year, open in 2022, fund the position for 2023 to be in a seat in the Innovation Center in 2023.
Oh, let me tell you the story. So Mr. Corman wanted an economic development officer in 21 and another one in 22 for the Innovation Center. The one in 21 was to help with the Economic Recovery Task Force initiatives, implementing the 10-year business strategy. So that was the position that was originally asked for 21, another one in 22 to help with the Innovation Center. Senior leadership took a look at that and said we can't afford that, so we put one officer originally in 22 to match up with the Innovation Center and pushed another one outside of this budget period. Then when we went back and said we can't have new positions, we shuffled everything down by a year, and that's why the one position ended up in 2023.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I know that was a long story.
No, it's good. Councillor Nagel?
So I think, having heard that, I think I would then support it when the Innovation Center is open. There's for sure tangible work that needs to be done, and then also the 10-year business plan is extra work on top of that. So, and that's 2023, right? Yeah, so I would support 2023, I guess, is where I land.
So out of 2021. Okay. And you're out, Councillor Flowers? Out? Out? Out?
I would look at keeping it at least for 2022. I think that there is work that can be done on starting now that then could be turned into being at the Innovation Center, but I think that there is important work that could start now, or well, I guess in 2022 at least.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to take the middle ground and go, I would see it in 2022. So that would take it out of 2021, because there'd be at least 4 or 5 of us against it. So we could put an asterisk beside that one to go 2022/3, potentially. Culture position. I think that was a discussion on a greater delivery of services that we could probably park. Agreed? Gaps in FCSS funding, I think, I didn't asterisk that one because it was kind of a comment, right? Something we want to be aware of, potentially for the future and the provincial cuts and the environment in FCSS. Planner 1, heard some roundtable about, well, Councillor Wilson's against this one. Anyone else? Councillor McFadden, you voiced your opinion to have this one in. Councillor Nagel?
I think I would side with Councillor Wilson on this one and ask our planning department to make do without.
Okay. Councillor Federico?
I would support this one. I think that the planning department is being taxed with a lot of extra projects, and especially if we're keeping the MDP in there as well. I mean, we're going to have other things that they need to be doing. So I'd like to keep this one in if there's room, obviously.
Yeah, I'd like to see this one in, and specifically because of that, I'd hate to lose that intellectual property that we've fostered in that intern position, and then potentially lose that, and lose that. I'll just leave it at that. I think that's, we're going to need it. Councillor Reid, you're in the same mind?
I'd like to park it and just come back at the end.
Okay, so it stays on the board? Gaps in FCSS can come off, but we got that. No need for you to walk back and forth. We're just going to keep going. Transit service update, that's obviously an update by, I'm not even saying those words. Sponsorship for I'm not saying those words either. The dog bags. Those are things we're going to look into, right? Community grants. Councillor Flowers, you wanted to talk about community grants? Oh, we're past 8. Sorry.
Yeah, just briefly, I think there was a percentage added on to each grant for this year. I wondered if we should just keep it at status quo for the time being.
Oh, so
Is that the one?
Yeah, community grants are the ones that go to all of the
agencies that
Yeah.
we partner with in the community.
So
Events.
I thought when you brought this up that you wanted to see them increased. You're saying keep
No,
them the
just keep
same?
them status quo. We don't even know if there's going to be events this year and what that's going to look like, and just seemed to me that status quo would be appropriate.
Okay, so there's, Catherine, you're bringing up that slide? So you're suggesting, what page are we on in our budget, by the way? And we're going to wrap up here quickly. I didn't realize, can't see the clock because somebody moved the board in front of it. $65? Ah, there we are. So what was the overall thought process from administration on community grants?
So there's kind of a above the line and below the line, and the line being the yellow. So the above the line ones, we provided a 3% increase. And then the ones below the line, we held the line.
So everything below the line is the same, status quo all the way through.
Yep.
Above the line is a percentage just based on per capita, correct?
Yep.
So based on growth.
Yeah, so we figured out what the per capita was in 2020, and then kept the population at 29,277, because that's how the province calculates the grants they give us. And then what we did is we did a 3% increase on the per capita rate each year, multiplied that by 29,277, and that's how we came up with each of those numbers.
So doing what Councillor Flowers is saying would be, you're saying leave it at 2020 rates all the way through? Yeah? So then maybe tomorrow we could get a dollar number?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody's good with that? No? Okay. Oh, still want, Councillor Flowers wants to see the number, and so we'll leave it on the board for now. Wow, that last one there. It's 8 o'clock. Do we want to dive into that one tomorrow? Okay, so what we're talking about is the rec center funding. So there's a great deal of conversation needed to be had about that number. We're not going to solve it tonight in 3 minutes. Councillor Reid, you're saying you're going to bring back a detailed budget, some information that council's been talking about today for tomorrow? Okay. Councillor Nagel?
Councillor Reid, also, if you could ask, maybe they can't provide all this information in such short notice, but if you could ask why the total expense continues to rocket all the way up, even through 2023. I would like an explanation of that specifically. Thanks. Well, it is rocketing if you look at it, so.
At that strat planning session, and their comment was that they just didn't have any kind of enough information right now to be able to change it. That was what they had told us at that meeting, I believe.
Okay, so Councillor Reid's going to connect with the board and get some details on that. Is there anything else? The most grant, that was mine too. I'm happy to park that for tomorrow. It's an overall kind of discussion, not a specific. Anything else anybody wants information on to sleep on tonight? Or not sleep on tonight? Don't see any. Okay, we'll adjourn for tonight. We'll see you here tomorrow at 9:30? Or is it 9? That was 8 hours ago. Whatever our calendar says. 9:30, okay. Think we're safe to leave our stuff, or do they want to sanitize? So take our stuff? Okay.